Good morning. Online is ready. All right. Okay, so for our intro, I could probably turn that on. Good morning. All participants attending the virtual meeting are asked to keep their microphones on mute throughout the meeting. Commissioners, division staff, respondents, and attorneys participating by camera should remember to unmute themselves before speaking. All participants should state their name before speaking to ensure a clear and accurate record. Be patient when waiting for a participant to respond, allowing time for them to unmute their microphone or or in case there is a delay with the audio. Oh. Participants should speak one at a time to ensure a clear record on the recording and for the purpose of preparing meeting minutes. Members of the public will be allowed to participate during the agenda items regarding public comment at the beginning of the commission meeting and before the meeting ends. Anyone participating by phone who would like to provide public comment should press star 5 to raise their hand and be recognized by hosting staff, or press star 6 to unmute and state their name. Anyone attending by video can click the raised hand emoji to be recognized by hosting staff or unmute themselves and state their name. If anyone has questions, issues, or concerns during the meeting, please email the Commission Coordinator, Maria Gallo. Her contact information is listed on the meeting agenda. The agenda and all supporting documents can be found on the Division's website. If the meeting goes into closed session, all members of the public and Division staff not involved with the agenda item will be placed in a virtual lobby. After closed session has ended, participants placed in the virtual lobby will be brought back into the meeting to hear and/or view the commission make a decision. To receive CE credit, your camera must remain on throughout the meeting. You must give the meeting your full attention. Once the meeting adjourns, CE certificates will be emailed within 5 business days. If you have any questions, please contact the Division CIC Education section. Thank you.
Before we get started, can everyone please rise for the pledge of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to call to order the June 11th, 2026 meeting of the Nevada Commission for Common Interest Communities and Condo Hotels. Commissioners, can you please state your name and position so we can establish a quorum?
Sarah Gilliam, homeowner member.
June Hadarian, manager member.
Kim Lightheart, CPA member.
Tricia Jarman, homeowner.
So we do have a quorum to conduct business.
Rosalie Bordelove with the Attorney General's Office as Commission Counsel.
Okay, so moving on to public comment. Members of the public are encouraged to address the commission regarding any matter. However, no action may be taken on a matter that is not listed on the agenda. Comments may not be made regarding matters that may be taken on a matter that is not listed on the agenda. Comments may not be made regarding matters that are or may become the subject of a formal complaint before the commission. Comment may not be limited based on viewpoint. Individuals who desire to submit written testimony should submit it to the commission coordinator. If you're participating by phone and wish to provide public comment, press star 5 to raise your hand. Hosting staff will recognize you when it is your turn to speak. You may also press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name. If you're attending by video, click on the raise hand emoji to indicate that you would like to give public comment. Hosting staff will recognize you, or you can unmute yourself and state your name. And public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. And with that being said, let's go to public comment virtually.
Hi, sorry, Sharice Bates. I just wanted to get an appearance. Commissioner Sweeten has joined us
Oh,
online.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Sharice. I'm here virtually. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's go
Wonderful.
to public comment virtually.
Okay, if there is anyone attending virtually who is interested in providing public comment, please click the raise hand emoji at the top of the screen. I am not recognizing anybody with their hand up.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Carson City. Any public comment?
There are no members of the public out here in Carson City.
Okay, thank you. And any public comment in the room here in Las Vegas? Okay, I'm not recognizing any public comment here in the room, so we'll go ahead and close that agenda item. And move on to, I believe we're under item 5E. And this is NRED versus Teresa M. Kenyon, case number 2025946. Respondent is the community manager. Is the respondent or respondent's counsel present? Ms. Kenyon?
I'm here.
Okay,
And for the division, Bill Seuss, Senior Deputy Attorney General. So I'll go ahead and start with some preparatory remarks. I spoke with Ms. Kenyon at the end of day one. Prior to that, we hadn't been in contact, and she also had not filed an answer to this complaint. So I was, as of that day, ready to prepare defaults for your presentation for you all. But having spoken to Ms. Kenyon, well, I'll go ahead and let her explain the circumstances, and then I'll go ahead and follow up with comments to what she says.
okay, Ms. Kenyon, can I swear you in, please? Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kenyon, if you could just go ahead and explain to the commissioners the underlying circumstances as you conveyed them to me for why you weren't able to file an answer in time.
Well, mostly I've been trying to catch up because I was behind. What I was dealing with over the last year and a half, actually almost 2 years, is continuous illnesses over nothing life threatening, but one thing after another. I also had to deal with the sickness of my mother, and then she passed away, and that was in New York. So I had to make a couple trips back to New York. I just haven't had enough time to put everything in writing so that I could send it to Phil. And I'm asking for a little bit more time so that I can get him all the information that he needs.
And so on that basis, I discussed with her the possibility of requesting a continuance from you all to a September stack, during which time she can file an answer, and then we can discuss possible settlement stipulation, or if not, prepare for this case in earnest so you can hear it on this. I will say, though, that the division will not be making that request. If anyone would make that request, it'd be her. And I discussed with her, with my clients, and the division won't oppose it, but it also won't. So, Ms. Kenyon, if you caught what I just said, it would be the ball's in your court if you want to make that request for a continuance. Otherwise, the division's position would be that we would be seeking default today. So.
I am asking for a continuance so I can get you all the dates and times for a 2-year period of time.
And again, to her request, the division has no position.
Okay. Commissioner Haydar, for the record, are there any questions from the commission for Ms. Kenyon?
And for me.
Okay. So I suppose we just make a motion. Okay, so we're going to close that part of the hearing and go into deliberations.
Clarification. So if it's a motion or it's a request for continuance, it wouldn't necessarily be deliberations.
Oh, well, we're going to deliberate whether or not we're going to grant it.
Sorry, apologies. Excuse my.
Yeah. Discuss.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morström, is there a reason that we shouldn't grant the continuation?
Commissioner Hadarian, I believe it's been practiced to grant an extension when it's been asked if there are no outright objections. I would say based upon just lack of response over time, I mean, this case started back at the end of last year with no response until now, so extend it to September, but that's it. No further extensions past that date, possibly. My thoughts.
Commissioner Gilliam, I would agree with that.
As would I. I think that, a single extension is pertinent, but not something that would be extensive based upon the fact that there's been pretty much no response at all to the division that now that Ms. Kenyon's aware and is here, she should be impressed with the importance of getting everything together so that everything can be processed appropriately for September.
Very good.
Okay, so,
I'll prepare the list.
okay, do we need to make a motion or?
Oh,
And
Okay.
since you guys are making it as a collective decision, a motion.
Okay. I can do that. So in the case of, NRED versus Ms. Teresa M. Kenyon, case number 2025-946, I would move that we grant the one-time extension to the September stack for Ms. Kenyon to provide her response, no later than 10 working days prior to the September meeting date. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Commissioner Washburn, I think it needs to be impressed on Ms. Kenyon that this is the end of the road. She has to provide the information. It has to be in September. Then no excuses will be accepted, to be honest.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadarian. I said one-time extension in my motion, so I think that might cover that concern.
I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
Okay, all right. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Oh, thank you, Commissioner Sweeten. Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Yes. Very good. This is-
thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Kenyon.
Thank you, Ms. Kenyon.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to item 5F, NRED versus Rainbow Bend Homeowners Association, case number 2025-630. Do we have the respondent and or respondent's counsel present?
Yes, Donna Zanetti here for the association. And I believe we may have a few board members who might want to unmute and introduce themselves.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi, this is Dan Root. I'm a member of the Rainbow Bend HOA board.
My name is Dave Hart. I'm also a current member of the Rainbow Bend HOA board.
Gentlemen, can you state your names again and spell them for the record, please?
Okay, my name's Dan Root, R-O-O-T. I'm a member of the Rainbow Bend HOA board.
My name is Dave Hart. I'm also a current member of the Rainbow Bend HOA board, spelled H-A-R-T.
This is Lisa. This is Lisa Holloman. I am a member of the Rainbow Bend HOA board. Holloman is spelled Holleman.
And this is Dave Neidert. I'm also a member of the Rainbow Bend Board. My last name is spelled Neidert.
Thank you very much.
I think we have one more board member. I see a hand raised.
Glenn Martin, it looks like you are unmuted. If you'd like to state your name for the record. Ms. Zanetti, is Glenn Martin one of the other board members as well?
Yes, Mr. Martin is a
Okay.
board member on Rainbow Bend.
Okay, at least we can,
We'll know.
we'll know that they're there.
Thank you. That's 5 board members. Was there anyone else? Ms. Zanetti, manager, or anybody else?
Ms. Terry Kenyon is the manager, if she's still on this video conference.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pepper, would you like to make your introduction?
Good morning, Commissioners. Deputy Attorney General Bill Pepper for the division. This case, 2025-630. Some of you may remember this was scheduled for the March hearing date. And before that hearing date, counsel had appeared for Rainbow Bend, requested a continuance, and that was granted. In the meantime, counsel for Rainbow Bend has produced a number, we believe all of the documents that had been requested through the complaint. Additionally, they have provided an answer. They admitted all but one allegation. I believe it was paragraph 11. And at this point, couple housekeeping matters, but at this point, we're left with fees and costs that the division is seeking. Okay. The association asked to stipulate to a series of exhibits. I'm assuming you have those. And at this point, Ms. Zanetti, I should ask you too, do you have any objection to admitting the division's exhibits 0001 through 26?
I have no objection.
Okay, thank you. A little background on this case. It didn't get discussed the last time.
It should. So admitted, thank you.
The association had gotten into some trouble here because they had failed to remit reserve studies. There were 2 separate studies that had to be done. There was registration that was annual registration that was due for 2024 and 2025. And then there were some other documents that had been requested by the division that had not been turned in, such as meeting minutes and so forth. We understand that they had trouble with their then current manager. And Ms. Zanetti had stepped in, and from our perspective, she's done a remarkable job in putting together the documents and things that were needed to comply with the violations. The violations that had been set forth in the complaint were that the association had violated NRS 116.3, 1152, sub 1, A, by failing to conduct and submit to the division a current reserve study, which is required once every 5 years. Second violation was NRS 116.3103 by failing to submit to the division annual association registration forms for 2024 and 2025. And then finally, a violation of NAC 116.405 on 5 occasions by repeatedly failing to cooperate with and respond to multiple requests for information by the division, including, for example, meeting minutes. And again, as mentioned, in the course since the March continuance, they have, from the division's perspective, produced everything that was necessary. I have one witness. I probably should break here and let Ms. Zanetti respond to anything she has comments.
I'm fine with holding my comments until after you're done with your witness.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to have Ms. Gallo sworn in.
Okay, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Ms. Gallo, what do you have here for costs and fees in this matter?
Oh, this matter hasn't finished, so I can't give a total.
Okay. Up to this point?
Without including this session, we're up to $5,145.50.
Okay. And the division is seeking recovery of the costs and fees, including whatever else is accrued. Okay.
Was this your one witness and
Yes.
that was it? Okay.
That's it.
Ms. Zanetti, your response?
I think it's beyond dispute that yes, the board was delinquent in having its reserve study done. And that has been fully admitted. But with regard to the other issues where there was a failure to produce the annual registrations, to submit the reserve study update form, and the failure to respond to the real estate division's repeated efforts to reach out to the board, I would like the board to consider that the case before this involved this Rainbow Bend's community manager and a failure to provide required information for a different association. But that's also what affected Rainbow Bend, in that communications that were being sent to its manager were not being forwarded on to the correct board members, that the forms for annual registration that would have informed the division of who the current board members were not submitted. And therefore the real estate division was sending correspondence to people who were no longer on the board. It's all an unfortunate occurrence. And I would ask you to take into consideration when levying, the costs of your investigation, that but for the failures to file these reports, the response should have been more timely. And I would ask that you not impose the cost of the investigation or reduce them by a reasonable percentage, in recognition that once the board was made aware, they took extraordinary steps in order to come into compliance, because they do want to be in compliance and to work within the laws and regulations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Hadarian, Mr. Pepper, so I'm understanding you're recommending fees and costs, but no administrative penalties.
No.
Okay. Okay, were there any, I guess we go to questions from the commission before we discuss? Any,
If there's any questions of either attorney
right,
or your.
Commissioner Gilliam, I have a question. Ms. Zanetti, is the manager that was previously, are they still the community manager for this association?
They are at present. I can say that the board is soliciting bids.
all right. So we will close that portion of the hearing and go into commission discussion. First, we would need to find factual allegations have been proven.
Or stipulated to.
Yeah, except for number 11 was not.
So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was also looking in the answer. I mean, you have in the page 4 of the answer, the respondent adopted an updated reserve study on July 22nd, 2025, but I think they've acknowledged that that was late. They're considering it, I guess, resolved. It's been taken care of at this point. Same with annual registration forms and ombudsman fees being have been made. So if you want to find any that there were, I guess, violations, but they've since been taken care of. And then I think there's just the respondent is saying that it wasn't willful, that they failed to respond.
Sure. But on the factual allegations, I believe, if I understood correctly, that there was an admission of all except number 11 out of the 12. Which is the no response or reply was made to any of the 6. And I understand, but in my opinion, commission, that's kind of what happened. So I don't know that I would exclude that particular allegation. Any discussion on that? Allegations 1 through 12. They pretty much stipulated to almost everything.
And I would agree, Commissioner Lightheart. The notifications that were sent that are included in the state's exhibits, and while understanding that they were addressed to the property manager, the community manager, some of the later ones appear to contain, for example, on state's exhibit, the bait stamp 0024, individuals, Mr. Neidert, Mr. Root, Mr. Martin, and that's dated December of 2025. So to the extent that I believe that the state's has demonstrated that those were sent to the board. Whether there's discussion to be had with respect to how that worked with the community manager may be a different topic, but I do believe that the board was made aware that they received correspondence and that there was no response. So that finding, so if there was no response, there would be appropriate.
Commissioner Gilliam, I agree that all allegations are in fact true.
Commissioner Sweeten, anything to add?
No, no objection. Thank you.
Okay. So I want to make a motion? Or
I'll take a second. In the matter of Inred versus Rainbow Bend, case 2025-630. It is proposed that we accept the division's fees and costs of $5,145.50.
well, wait, sorry. First, we have to approve that or make the motion that the allegations. We're not there, we're not at that point yet. So the motion would be to
Accept.
either find or not find that the factual allegations have been proven, and there's, I think, 1 through 12.
Well, it's obvious. So let me try it again. In the case of Inred versus Rainbow Bend, case 2025-630, make a motion that the allegations have been founded and to be accepted. Is that correct?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that motion passes. Right, now we will discuss the violations of law. There are 3.
Commissioner Gilliam, it appears that the respondent admits to all 3 violations of law. Except for the third is a partial admission.
Discussion? No? Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make an attempt at it. I would move that the commission find with respect to Rainbow Bend Homeowners Association, case number 2025-630, that the violations of law outlined in the complaint, namely a violation of NRS 116.31152 sub 1A, NRS 116.3103, and 5 occasions of NAC 116.405 be found as violations of law.
Commissioner Gilliam, I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion carries. We have heard division's recommendations for discipline. And so at this time, I will go back to the commission coordinator who is still under oath for fees and costs.
So in the case of Rainbow Bend Homeowners Association, case number 2025-630, The division's fees and costs are in the amount of $5,230.53. And those fees are reasonable, necessary, and actual.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, commissioners, we will discuss and determine discipline. Heard state's recommendations and the fees and costs.
Commissioner Jarman, the attorneys recommended no administrative penalties. Correct? So then we're just talking about the administrative.
It's up to this commission on what penalties and or fees and costs.
You still have the ability to impose other administrative penalties if you were to choose. But the recommendation you have from the prosecutor is just the fees and costs.
I'm inclined to go with the recommendation from our attorneys of the $5,230.53 administrative costs. I think that there's been a concentrated effort by Ms. Janetti. Zanetti. To correct the issues at hand, so I go with the $5,253.
Commissioner Gilliam, I would agree. Recommendation.
I would agree that no administrative fine would be assessed. I do understand the, position of the association in requesting a reduction in those administrative costs for the division, in that they've probably expended a certain fees and getting everything taken up to date, and they've taken action in responding. And that, this is a difficult one that ties to that previous case that we'll be discussing in September. So I would be supportive of something less and maybe 50% of the fees, but I don't know that there would be support for that.
Commissioner Sweeten, any comments?
No, no comment. Thank you, Commissioner Haydarian.
Commissioner Jarman, I don't support Commissioner Lightheart's suggestion. I think that the full administrative fee should be paid to the division, $5,230.53.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll take a stab at it. Commissioner Jarman, I'd like to make a motion that in the case of FINRAD versus Rainbow Bend, case 2025-630, that there be no administrative penalties, and that the division's costs and fees of $5,230.53 be attached. And within 30 days? 60 days. I don't know what period.
That's up to you.
60 days, within 60 days.
Is there a second? I'll second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye. Nay, whatever that would
Okay.
be.
One opposed, one Commissioner Lightheart. Okay, so that motion does carry. Thank you, Ms. Zanetti and the Rainbow Bend Board. This will conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
I may interject. Bill Sue for the record.
Thank you, Commission.
Sorry. This is a matter outside of, this is actually regarding yesterday's Kelly Evers matter. I have been in touch with opposing counsel because I realized, thanks to Ms. Keegan, that yesterday's administrative fine, we placed no deadline. And for drafting the order, I could use some guidance on that. I believe Mr. Whipple is online now. If you want to recall the matter to make that clarification. That's the new music person.
Yeah, you can recall it, especially if you've got them on. I would be concerned if they weren't here, but.
So I don't know though, Jeff. I sent him the link. I don't know if he's sure. Hi, Jeff. Are you online yet? Not yet. So
Okay.
I don't know if we want to
Come back.
go forward and come back.
Okay. Or if you can correspond with him and get him via email to stipulate to a deadline. They could
I'm
prove that as, I'd be comfortable with that as well. You've got an
okay.
email
I have
and stuff.
I apologize. I just admitted Mr. Whipple.
No, we can just, we're still in this meetings.
Okay. Okay, going back to item 5D in red versus Kelly Fevers, case number 2025526. It's been brought to our attention that in our motion yesterday to impose a $500 administrative fine, that we did not stipulate in the timeframe in which the fine needs to be paid. So at this time, I will open up to
Really
Sure.
quickly,
Yeah.
Bill Sue for the record, on behalf of the division. I believe my counterpart is online. Yeah, Jeff, if you could go ahead and just make an appearance quickly for the record. Thank you. Yeah, are you able to hear us?
Oh,
You're on mute.
My mistake. Can you all hear me now?
yes.
All right. I'm sorry. Me and technology don't often get along. I appreciate your patience there.
So just need you to make a quick intro. Just note yourself for the record, and then we'll go through with this addition to the.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is Jeff Whipple from Springwood Fink, bar number 16346 on behalf of respondents.
Thank you. Okay. So,
do you have a recommendation?
Yeah, so as far as the order stands, all we need is some clarification as far as the deadline payment of $500 fine, so I can incorporate that.
Commissioner Gilliam, suggest 30 days.
I agree. I was in 10, but I agree.
okay, and we have an extension here going to.
Yeah,
Recusal.
Yeah.
if she recused earlier,
Yes.
so you don't need to. include.
Okay. Commissioner Sweeten, any input?
Yeah, no objection. Thank you.
Need a motion? Make a motion. In the case of Inred versus Kelly Evers, case number 2025-526. I make a motion that the $500 fine be paid within 30 days.
Commissioner Gilliam, I'll second.
Any further discussion?
They're open to,
Those in favor,
Aye.
please. Aye.
Sorry.
It's okay. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move down to item 6 on our agenda for possible action, discussion and decision regarding license denial appeal pursuant to NAC 116A 130. This is regarding Trinice Holiday, file number SLDA 25024. I believe Ms. Holiday is present.
Hey, we got to go to, set her up.
Oh, we don't know yet.
We don't need that.
Oh, yeah, Sandra's on her way up.
Okay.
Yes, okay, yes. Go ahead and have a seat. Are you represented by counsel or do you have anyone else with you today?
I do have someone, but she is actually office, but I'm not represented by any council. She was just like,
Was she planning on speaking on your behalf or making an appearance?
well, she was just because we didn't know it was gonna be this long, but I guess I'll be represented.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, we need to, would you like to be heard in an open session in a public forum, or would you like us to hold this hearing in a closed session?
I would like to.
Closed? Okay. So I will move that this commission move into a closed session pursuant to NRS 241-030 subsection 1.
I'll second Commissioner Gilliam.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We are moving into closed session.
Okay, so at this time, members of the public virtually, Amy will be placing you into a virtual lobby. Once we go back into open session, you will be rejoined to the main meeting.
We're ready. We're ready. Okay. We are back in open session. So in regards to Ms. Trinice Holiday's request, appeal regarding license denial, and the file number is SLDA 25024. The commission has discussed and conferred with the applicant. We did hear from character witness and reviewed the file. And so at this time, I would move in this matter that we overturn the denial and grant Ms. Holliday her provisional CAM license. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh.
Second. Oh, we're all racing to it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I would just like to say, Ms. Holiday, the best of luck to you. Don't disappoint us.
Wow.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. Yeah, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 10:28. Let's call it 10:30. Thank you.
Chair, is there a quorum if I am able to be excused from the balance of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Can I be excused, Chair?
Yes, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, we'll see you in September. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, in September.
Allergies kill me.
Oh, you can just look. Oh, they're gonna cancel us.
Oh, you found it? Back in.
Evidence. Okay, we are ready to get started. Can we get appearances by Carson City?
Carson City is ready.
Thank you, Rob and Amy.
We are ready online.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
We are on item 5G, NRED versus Santa Barbara Village Homeowners Association, case number 2025-653. Is the respondent or respondent's counsel or anyone representing Santa Barbara Village on the call?
Yes, Leah Wickline, Community Manager for Santa Barbara Village.
Ms. Wickline, is there anyone else or just yourself?
Just myself.
Okay. Mr. Pepper.
Thank you, Commissioner Adarian. Deputy Attorney General Bill Pepper for the division. In this matter, the complaint was served back on May 8th. We have not received an answer. We have not received an exhibit list or a witness list. And so the division would like to move for a default.
Okay, Ms. Wickline, do you have anything to add or a response?
I do. I'm requesting a continuance for the September session. This has been tendered to the insurance company to see if it's covered under the D&O. The last letter that I have from the division is for January 26th, saying that it was going to be called. The letter that was just referenced from May 8th, I do not have receipt of that documentation. So this is currently going through the insurance company for D&O coverage, and we're waiting to find out if the insurance company will assign legal for this case.
Mr. Pepper, do you have a response before I?
Sure. The Deputy Attorney General Bill Pepper, the response is that, of course, we're prepared to have testimony that the complaint was served along with the notice of documents and so forth.
Okay. I was going to ask Ms. Gallo.
Champlain, IT here.
To.
Yeah, you just straight. She acknowledges she's still under oath.
Ms. Gallo, please acknowledge you are still under oath.
So you're still under oath.
Okay, go ahead. Proceed.
Yeah, Ms. Gallo, please state your name and title for the record.
Maria Gallo, Gallo, Commission Coordinator.
And as Commission Coordinator, do your duties include filing complaints for the Nevada Real Estate Division?
Yes.
And do those duties also include mailing the complaint and notice documents to the respondents?
Yes.
And in this case, which is 2025-653, did you mail the complaint, notice of hearing, and notice of documents on the respondent?
Yes.
And what do you have a record of who you mailed that to?
Veralino Community Management.
And the address?
6835 Southeastern Avenue, Suite 110, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89119.
And with those documents that you served, did you include the date stamp document CIC CH001 through 072?
Yes.
And you sent it certified mail?
Yes.
And you received nothing, no return mail from that?
No, it was mailed on 5/8/2026. I received the green card back on 5/14/2026, and the green card was signed for on 5/11/2026 by Emma W.
I know nothing further on that right now.
Okay, so at this time, we would need a motion that proper service was provided. I can go ahead and make that motion. I move that this commission pursuant to NAC 116.580 find that the state has proven sufficient service of notice to respondent in case number 2025-653. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay,
So the only thing I would note is you have a request for a continuance. Would,
yeah,
if you guys would address it, deny it.
you
or
want
grant
to
it.
address it now?
Prior to a finding of a violation.
Okay,
I'm fine with service before because they were served.
right,
Yeah.
okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, is there a motion there is a request on the table for a continuance?
I'm just reading this, so I don't.
I would be in support of a continuance until the September meeting. So I would make a motion to grant the continuance until our September meeting with all of the responses and any supporting documentation to be filed within 10 days prior to that meeting.
Commissioner Gilliam, I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
10 calendar business days.
10 business days.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Continuance until the September stack. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 5H NREG versus Winterwood Village Unit 1 Homeowners Association and Leslie Ortega for possible action, case number 2025-86. Do we have the respondent and or respondent's counsel present? Okay. All right, take your time.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Respondent Leslie Ortega from Winterwood Village HOA. I am Association Counsel Troy Dickerson.
Great. Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Phil Sue, Senior Deputy Attorney General on behalf of the division.
Hey, do you have any preliminary matters?
Only to note that the parties have stipulated to the admission of certain evidence that we should all have. So unlike some of the other cases, we stipulated to the admissibility and won't be all over that. Of course. I just want to confirm that.
You can just, if it's been stipulated to, you can just stay.
Okay, so admitted, thank you.
And with that, I'm ready to begin my opening if you have a minute.
Let me just get my reading glasses on, sir. We won't get very far if we don't have reading.
Okay, good. Thank you, everyone. Right, so this is the case involving a longtime HOA board member and president, Leslie Ortega, accepting payment for services that she rendered on behalf of her 214 unit HOA community, Winterwood Village Unit 1, located here in Las Vegas. Now, at first, this investigation by the division was opened based on concerns that the association's reserve funding was inadequate. Now, just to be clear, the reserve funding is no longer at issue here. Part of the evidence. Instead, the focus of the investigation has shifted in due course to the concern that, again, Ms. Ortega, as board president, being paid by the association for bookkeeping and administrative work in violation of NRS 116.31187. Now, board members typically, they're actually specifically precluded by statute from accepting payment for services that they may render to them. Compounding the problem here, you'll learn from our one witness, investigator Dan Messer. Ortega was previously issued a letter of instruction about this very same issue in 2019. This time, though, we actually have the LOI that's stipulated to by the parties, so you'll be able to review that as well. Now, you'll also hear from the evidence that board's prior counsel is attempting to delineate between Ms. Ortega's work as a board member and as a staff employee. As far as the division is concerned, as far as statute is concerned, there is no distinction. The association cannot pay its board members, and that line is absolutely clear. And so I will go over the two violations that we've alleged here. The first violation is against the respondent association that through its executive board, they violated NRS 116.3103 pursuant to NRS 116.31187 subsection 1 by allowing respondent Ortega to be compensated by association funds for providing financing, goods, and services to the association. And number two, respondent Ortega violated NRS 116.3103, that is Ortega herself, pursuant to NRS 116.31187 subsection 1 by accepting compensation made through the association funds for providing those financing, goods, and services to the association. The division will present evidence and testimony regarding the timesheets and mileage requirements that she filed for her current work that was administrative in nature. You also want to pay particularly close attention to the latter half of Mr. Messer's testimony because it details that some of this mileage, the compensation that she sought, does not necessarily even pertain to administrative issues, but to doctors' visits, things that get to be out of bounds, even in that scope. We believe that after presentation of all our evidence, we will have proven these violations by substantial evidence. We thank you for your.
Mr. Dickerson?
Good morning, commissioners. This case is about a 55-year-old self-managed community in Las Vegas that has done its best to weather some extraordinary circumstances and keep essential services running for its homeowners openly and in good faith since the advent of the pandemic and the new world that the pandemic has created in the past 5 years for communities like Windward Village HOA and other older, similarly situated communities in Nevada. The commissioner's complaint alleges that the association, Ms. Ortega, violated fiduciary duty provisions of state law by the association's allowance and Ms. Ortega's acceptance of compensation from association funds for services provided to the association. The evidence will show that these allegations missed the facts, though. They missed the context. They missed the intent of what was actually going on at this HOA with Ms. Ortega between 2021 and 2022 during the peak of the pandemic, and then up until 2025, shortly before these investigation proceedings were instigated. The respondent's defense really rests on three core themes. First, with 213 units, Windward Village is much larger than most self-managed communities. It is a self-managed community in Nevada, but like any other HOA, its operation is document and record intensive. After operating for 50 years, a pandemic created a staffing collapse, which forced the association to find stopgap help when employee transition periods at the HOA had only been brief and infrequently previously. Between 2021 and 2022, when COVID-19 lockdown protocols were still strictly observed and enforced in Clark County, a string of separate individual employees hired as office staff left the HOA in succession over the course of approximately 3 years. This required Ms. Ortega, who had been on the board for approximately 16 years at that point, and for 15 years when this crisis started, she was the only individual at the time who knew how everything operated at Windward Village. And she had to intermittently take on donning responsibilities in the office on multiple occasions in order to keep the association operating, as is required by the law. Before she was paid, Ms. Ortega had been stuck covering several consecutive employee transitions and intermittently taking on donning responsibilities in the office on multiple occasions for free. The temporary services she provided before and since filled temporary necessary gaps so that homeowners in the community could continue receiving basic services obligated by their governing documents and state law. Hiring constraints started by the pandemic, for example, people weren't willing to come into the office for job interviews in person. And apathy in the community, in this community in general, since the pandemic subsided, continued to carry the situation over to where Ms. Ortega's support services remain necessary in order for the association to continue to operate as a functioning HOA. Second, there was no knowing or intentional violation by either the association or Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega's belief and thought was that the statute prohibited payment only for performing board duties, not office duties. This is an innocent interpretation with a distinction important to Ms. Ortega because everything she was doing at the time, she considered to be office services for which the HOA would otherwise have paid someone else to perform if they had been able to do so. She was only paid for office services rendered. She only received an hourly wage at the same rate that office employees who had quit were getting. The evidence will show lawful, necessary, and good faith conduct on her part to keep the association functioning with no compensation for board member services, only for separate documented office work. To reiterate, Ms. Ortega is paid to ask for office staff functions, not director functions. She was never paid by the association for work on the board providing director services. She was only paid for office services rendered and only received an hourly wage at the same rate the office employees who had quit were getting. While doing so, she acted transparently for almost 4 years throughout by keeping timesheets, submitting reimbursement requests with receipts. Under this type of circumstance, again, the association had to keep operating. They did what any prudent self-managed HOA must do when vacancies like this strike. It ensured that their office stayed open and that the work got done. At the end of the day, this is a self-managed HOA that faced an unprecedented staffing emergency in its history. They responded in a transparent, measured way. There is no evidence of self-dealing here. There's no evidence of director duty compensation. There's no evidence of intent to violate any statute based upon Ms. Ortega's innocent interpretation of the law under the circumstances for a self-managed community. All services performed were outside of a board member's role and solely within the role of an office employee. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the commission to find no violations and impose no discipline. No discipline is warranted against either of the respondents based upon any of the allegations made in the complaint or any records provided to or relied upon by the division. In the alternative, if the commission finds that sanctions are warranted, the association's and Ms. Ortega's actions should be mitigated to the extent and with the understanding that all actions taken were made in good faith in order to keep the association operating through very difficult circumstances that continue to this day. Thank you.
All right. The division would like to begin its case in chief by calling investigator Daniel Messer.
While we're doing that, Mr. Messer, can I please swear you in? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Messer. Can you state your full name and spell the last name for the record?
Daniel Messer, Messer.
And your current occupation?
I am a compliance audit investigator too for the state of Nevada.
Great. How long have you been a compliance officer?
For about 1.5 years now.
Job duties in general, can you summarize them?
Job duties include receiving cases, being assigned cases and complaints on homeowners or not homeowners, but executive board members and community managers, collecting evidence and looking at the evidence that's provided in the complaints, taking my opinion and determining whether they're have violated statute under NRS 116 and then making recommendations up the chain of command to on determinations on what we would like to do.
And you performed those job duties as well for this case, 2025?
I did.
Great. As I noted in my preparatory remarks, the exhibits that the division has submitted as its base stamped 1 through 499, they've already been stipulated as admitted. I believe that you have those documents in front of you. He review and confirm that you do. Great. So as far as you can tell, that those exhibits, CICCH 1 through 499, do they appear to constitute the communications, reports, and other documents that you obtained in the course of your investigation?
They do.
We also stipulated to the admission of respondents' documents. I believe they might be in a binder next to you. Have you double checked if that's the case?
Yeah, that's the case.
Great. Have you had a chance to review those documents as well?
I have.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and start by turning to CICCH 1. Let me know when you're there and I've taken a chance to review those documents.
I am there.
Okay, so I'll note this appears to have been a NRED initiated investigation. And the focus was initially regarding the improperly funded reserves, correct?
That's correct.
And that's how you received the investigation?
That's how I received the investigation.
Okay. In your own words, could you explain how that may have changed over the course of your investigation to its final form?
Well, they were initially had reported on their annual association registration form that they were at 16% funded. Investigator Pitch had initiated the NRED case for that reason. I took over the case shortly thereafter and found by collecting evidence, we found that checks were signed by Ms. Ortega and issued to Ms. Ortega at the same time. And that led us to the investigation to look further into that, which involved getting the time cards and copies of all the checks, time cards, mileage reimbursements, and invoices.
And that led to the division's ultimate decision to prosecute a case regarding the payments made to Ms. Ortega.
That's correct.
Turn to CICCH 110 through 112. Go ahead and take a quick look over that and when you are finished.
I'm there. I've looked them over.
Great. To summarize what these 3 pages constitute.
These 3 pages are a request for information from the executive board of Winterwood Village Number 1 Homeowners Association.
Okay. And what was the context of the RFI specifically?
The context of the RFI?
Yeah, like what were they seeking? What was the investigators?
A written response to several allegations, including and then collecting meeting minutes, bank statements, their workflow approval for electronic payments, written explanation of all duties performed for executive board members.
So now let's turn to 113, following page to 143.
to
143.
Okay, I've looked.
So what, you explain to the commission what your understanding of this document?
This document was the attorney response to the request for information. including the documentation that was requested.
Okay, and the attorney is a different Troy Isaacson, correct?
Correct.
Right. Who's your understanding of who Mr. Isaacson was?
My understanding was he's the association's attorney.
Okay. At least he was during the investigation stage, yes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the attorney, did he confirm that the compensation paid to Respondent Ortega wasn't he paid to her and that it comprised of office clerk duties?
It did.
Let's go to CICCH 144 through 146. What's that?
This is a second request for information.
I see you have made requests of bank statements, of checks, timesheets, invoices and receipts, and meeting minutes, correct?
That's correct.
Between the documents that you received during the investigation as well as those disclosed by the respondent prior to this hearing, have you had a chance to review all these different documents at this point?
I have.
Okay. And did you receive, we did indeed receive the bank statements and checks, and that formed part of our document set.
Correct.
Okay. And we have the timesheets from Ms. Ortega as her disclosures to this present hearing.
We do.
Now let's turn to the checks paid to Ms. Ortega. If you could turn to, well, so the way I organize the documents on my set, I don't know how it is on your computer, but I have bank records from 2022, 23, 24, and 25, organized as CICCH 149 through 499. Do you have access to all those documents?
I do.
And you're aware, as the investigator in this file, of multiple occurrences where Ortega, as board president, signed a check as board president to herself for services rendered or reimbursement of mileage?
That's correct.
Okay. To move things along, I'll represent to the commission and to yourself that I have identified in a formal complaint multiple occasions where Ortega cut checks to herself from 22 through 25. Have you had a chance to review the complaint?
Yeah.
And are you able to confirm that the citations to those different check instances are accurate?
Yes, I do.
Okay. For example, let's turn to CSCCH 154.
154. Okay, I'm there.
So appear to be an example of, you see a check here made payable to Ms. Ortega?
I do.
How much is that in amount of?
Can't really scroll in on it.
You might have to use the roller.
Looks like 228 or $200.28.
Okay. The check number being 5311.
That's correct. Or I'm sorry, 5331.
Sorry. Thank you. And so all the other citations are to similar instances such as this?
That's correct.
And for the most part, they are all highlighted in similar fashion, correct?
Correct.
Let's turn to Ortega's timesheets and reimbursements. So if you could turn to Winterwood Village, bait stamp 1 through 223. You might have that in hard copy next to you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sue, could you make that reference again?
Yes, Winterwood Village, 1 through 223.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
Well, I'm going to confirm that we have that document responded. It might be under the folder respondents exhibit from answer. Yeah, it's tab D under the amendment. All right. So again, you've had an opportunity to review those documents as well.
I have.
And can you please tell the commissioners your general impressions from reviewing these documents?
My general impressions are, Ms. Ortega was, submitting timesheets and getting, reimbursed for jobs that she's performing and for, mileage that she took on various occasions for the association.
Have you, in your history as an investigator, dealt with self-managed associations?
I have.
Is it normal for employees, like staff employees, to be paid and to, I don't know if you've encountered those kind of documents, but if you have, is it normal for employees to be paid through timesheets and mileage reimbursements?
No.
No? Okay, and that's for staff employees. That's just not normal?
Well, for staff employees, it would be normal,
Okay.
but however, for board members of the board, it would not be a normal occurrence.
Okay. Now, what's your understanding of statutory prohibition for board members to be paid for employee type services?
My understanding is that they're not allowed to receive any commission, compensation, or for profit for any goods, services, or financing that they provide to the association.
Can you have any understanding regarding the possible reasons for why the legislature would have mandated that?
Well, I believe it's a conflict of interest, and it's also you have a board member that could be not on the up and up and paying themselves to do duties that are typically or should be volunteer.
Thank you. Turn to WV Westwood Village 152. You know when you're there. What's this document, and do you find any significance from the entries in here?
This is a Winterwood Village mileage expense and reimbursement form for Ms. Ortega. One thing that sticks out here is that there's it looks like 18 miles for ARC violations on January 13th of 2024.
Does that appear to be something related to, I guess, the professional parlance might be violation patrol?
Correct.
Let's turn to Westwood Village 17. Can you explain what this document is, and if you see any significance from the details in here?
This is a timesheet for Ms. Ortega. It's was submitted. It's for looks like December 28th through doesn't have the year, or 2024 through January 10th of 2025 for a total of 30 hours reimbursement.
One more. Let's turn to 174.
174.
How about this document? What do you see here that's
This is another timesheet from looks like February 23rd of our February 22nd of 2025 through March 7th of 2025. Significant here is I see under hours on two occasions, on the 25th of February and on the 27th of February, where it says doctor's office X-rays and doctor and something, it's hard to read, but it's doctor and the doctor's name, and it says car accident.
Thank you. Let's follow that train of thought and turn to Westwood Village, 189 through 199. You can just, let's take these pages globally. There's about 10 of them. We'll flip through them.
I'm sorry, you said
189 through 199.
Yes, these are mileage expense reimbursement forms for Ms. Ortega.
And I guess let's start with 189. What significant entries do you see in this page?
On the bottom of the page, it talks about reimbursements for doctor after car accident for park. It's got a Dr. Mantra, 2 visits for 25 miles, a Dr. Robbie for 15 miles, Mountain West Lawyers in Henderson for 35 miles, Pueblo Imaging for 20 miles, and Enterprise Rent-A-Car and Body Shop for 147 miles.
And I guess to be fair to, would it be fair to represent that there are occasions of chiropractic visits in the other mileage reimbursements through 199?
That is correct.
So have you surmised what might have been happening to Ms. Ortega during this period of time that might explain some of these details?
Well, just based on the one time sheet that I just read off, that she had some sort of car accident and maybe suffered an injury and was but attending appointments quite frequently.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Now let's turn to the next topic, the amounts that were paid to Ms. Ortega. I'll note in my formal complaint, I said that the amounts totaled approximately $4,140 in 2022, $12,065 in 23, $10,950 in 24, and $10,250 in 25. Could you clarify, or do you disagree with those specific amounts?
I have for 2022 $4,414. For 2023, I have $11,950.
That's very good.
And then for 24, I have $10,350. And then in 25, January through August of 2025, $8,772. And there was also a amount of money, $3,744 that were paid out and verified on checks that were not accounted for on timesheets or in reimbursement forms or on invoices.
Just one more time, I want to confirm those numbers with you. 2022, $4,414.
Correct.
2023, I have 11,000 and then I didn't catch the rest.
$11,350, I believe.
And in 2024, I have $10,350.
That's correct.
And in 2025, I have $8,772.
Yes.
I'm terrible with math, but do you have a total?
It worked out to be, with including the totals that were not accounted for, $38,910 or $919.
Thank you. And this is after your review of the timesheets?
The timesheets and adding up checks as well.
Now, let's turn to the 2019 letter of instruction. Do you have a copy of that in front of you? It should be in your computer.
In my computer. Do you happen to know where it would be? Is it?
I believe it is as a base folder, a very front folder, and identified as which is the kind of little image preview and you should say copy on them. It might be the first of those two.
Sorry, I don't see that.
It's one whole file.
Yeah. Oh, there's this. Okay.
So
Try
it just states that number.
Got it. Try Winterwood. Oh, it's one whole file. Try the very back of that file. It might be there.
Yeah, I did, and the whole file it's ends with checks at $4.99.
There's a tabby.
If we, on the Dropbox, it would be Winterwood Village, Unit 1 HOA 2025-86, file 2019 LOI. But you would want to.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, the last minute document?
Yeah.
Okay.
So can I just ask a house? It was not marked as an exhibit. Okay. Yeah, not yet. Actually, that would probably be better for the record. I know that respondents' last minute document was marked as an exhibit F, but I think that this additional LOI was never marked as a exhibit with a identifying number. Is that something that we can have the commission mark this exhibit as?
What do you want it?
Well, collectively, the LOI and the request for reconsideration, those two documents, if we could identify them as the next exhibiting in sequence.
So would that be G and H?
Well, I guess.
No, I have them. Yeah,
This too.
yeah, that's the request.
Okay.
But included in what you stipulated to earlier, do you need them admitted?
We did as what we stipulated. We just never placed an identifier on this document.
Okay. So I guess they're not based, but can we? That's what I was saying, or is G and H our next ones, exhibit F? We have one labeled as exhibit F.
That's okay. Yeah, we can, we'll stipulate to that.
Okay.
G and H.
And H, which is which?
The letter of instruction would be G, and then the request for reconsideration would L.
Okay.
And we will admit.
Yeah, and identify.
There you go.
Yes.
Thanks.
I have them in the,
So you said the LOI is G?
Yellow eyes G.
yeah.
And then,
I'm gonna send a maybe answer?
Yeah, it's in the.
This one's respondents? No, you go back. File 2019 LOI.
Oh,
There
we
you
have
go.
it. Okay,
And then the other one's the request for reconsideration.
okay. So it is in the file.
Yeah.
No label is G.
Okay, so the LOI is G, the request for reconsideration is H. Okay.
Do you? You got it?
Yep.
Okay.
yeah. So Daniel, we have now the LOI identified as exhibit G. You did take a look at that LOI.
All right.
Turn your attention to the final page of that, page 3. Allegation 4. Well, first of all, let's turn to the very front. This is addressed to Leslie Ortega, president of Winterwood Village, correct?
That's correct.
Dated February 1st, 2019. The investigator identifies themselves at the very end as Felipe Rodriguez, compliance audit investigator 2.
That's correct.
Mr. Rodriguez is no longer with the division, correct?
Correct.
Allegation number 4. Could you explain what that's about?
Well, the audit or the investigator, Mr. Rodriguez, substantiated a violation of NRS 116.31187. It talks about a review of financial documents were provided by the board of directors and demonstrate that Ms. Ortega and Ms. Tynes were reimbursed for mileage while running errands for the association. The governing documents do not or do authorize the reimbursement of expenses to the board of directors, but those expenses are for items and services bought for the association by the board members.
And then there's additional line.
Oh, yeah, and he talks about Miss Ortega did admit that another individual, Miss Moss, was paid for conducting emergency courtesy patrols for the association while a board member.
Now, in summary, it appears that Ms. Ortega had been previously warned by a division that she couldn't receive compensation as a board member at the same time as performing services as an employee for the board, correct?
That's correct.
Let's turn back actually to the Winterwood Village documents and turn to page 1.
Under tab D?
I think it is, yes.
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and read the letter first, and then if you could just explain your impressions as investigator to the commission. Dear board member, I'm taking a leave of absence until we have a trained receptionist in the office. I will be available for consults and signatures. I am forced to do the receptionist job, so I will not be working for free. There is no conflict of interest. I, as a board member, to president, will be on leave. Sincerely, Leslie Ortega, September 7th of 2021. So if you could just explain what issues you might find with that as an investigator.
Well, I've never, in my experience, I've never heard of anybody taking a leave of absence from a volunteer position as president. And it looks like she was accepting a job for the on behalf of the association for pay.
And is your understanding that Ms. Ortega's position as a signer on checks did not change from the 2021 letter through?
That's correct.
Do you have any understanding what might have been president during her leave of absence?
I do not.
Okay. How about any understanding when she would have resumed her president role?
I go back as far as in my investigation to January of 2022, and there on the meeting minutes, she was listed as the president as well as co-signer on checks.
And that's by January 22.
Yeah, by January 2022.
Now let's take kind of more of a eagle eye view of everything. What would, if COVID did really cause mass departures of employees from this self-managed community group, what options, as you sit here as an investigator of the division, familiar with some of the options that associations can take, what's some steps they could have taken?
Well, if they're self-managed, they can manage the association themselves, or they can go ahead and hire a community manager to perform those duties.
Anything else regarding this investigation you feel we have to touch upon that might be helpful to the commission?
No, I think that's pretty much
great. And then you'll have an opportunity to answer any commissioner questions. So I'll pass.
Okay. I need just 1 second.
Hey, good. How are you? What's going on? Okay.
Mr. Messer, you have copies of the documents that whenever it was submitted, right?
I do.
When you went through these items, and I think you've already attested in your testimony that you did that, you happen to see Exhibit A, which is a declaration in support from me that is dated May 15th, 2026.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, this document does not have any date numbers on it. It's strictly just the declaration in support. And just clarification for the record. My declaration of support basically asserts that timesheets purchase reimbursement requests, other documentation that was requested by the division when you were in the investigator back in August 2025 was provided to the division in response to that. I believe it was the September 25th letter that we just looked at. Do you recall if you ever received copies of any of the documents that are date numbered under Winterwood Village Exhibit D 2 through 223 while you were an investigator of this case last year?
Did receive some of these, yes.
Okay. Can you tell whether you received, again, I'll just clarify the record, it's approximately 220 pages. Did you receive some of these or just part of these? Or can you tell?
I believe I received them all. It's really hard to tell. I mean, I wouldn't have the memory to go back and tell you if I received all 200 pages.
Okay. Do you recall, obviously these documents, my declaration of support that was submitted just a couple of weeks ago as part of these proceedings, asserts that these documents were provided to the division, but if you take a look at the commission's complaint, if you take a look at, this is on page 407, the commission's complaint. It's allegation number 12. I believe it's actual allegation number 12. It says the board provided bank records for 2022, 23, 24, and 25 through September 30th of 25, but did not provide timesheet for respondent Ortega's work or invoices and receipts for board member reimbursements. In other words, this is the complaint that was filed by the commission back in February asserting that they never received any of these timesheet documents that I just referenced you to. But you just asserted in your testimony that you did at least receive some of these documents, correct?
I did.
Okay. But you can't recall whether you received all 220 pages?
I wouldn't be able to recall if I received, they look familiar.
And I'll represent to you, I believe the actual formal violation notice that the respondents received in the commission was sent in January of this year's 2026 with formal allegations made for violations against the respondents. My question is, if you had, this is hypothetical, you can potentially just kind of surmise what you would have done. If you had received all of these items at that time, would that have changed anything with respect to your recommendations to the commission at the time about violations made against the respondents?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? If I would have received them?
Right. If you had received and reviewed these particular items, these timesheet and reimbursement pages from the respondents, would that have delayed things further on your part before you actually recommended that this go up to the commission?
Well, it would have took longer to investigate, so I think it would have been a delay, but I did receive those documents.
Okay. Let me go back to, so the exhibits that the commission councilors or Mr. Sue has just presented as exhibits G and H. Exhibit G looks like it's commonly referenced as a letter of instruction, and it's dated February 1st, 2019. You see that document?
I do.
Okay. Did you have anything to do with the preparation of this particular letter?
I did not.
And why is that?
I was not a employee of the division at that time.
Okay. But Mr. Felipe Rodriguez, obviously, it looks like he was the signer of this letter. He's no longer with the division, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With regards to a document like this, a letter of instruction specifically about allegations like allegation number 4 that you just referenced a couple of minutes ago, what kind of significance does a document like this have with respect to you opening up an investigation a couple of years later with respect to the allegations that we're talking about today?
Well, because it's basically, it looks like it's a repeat offense of the same thing that was issued on the letter of instruction.
I know you didn't write this letter back in 2019. My question is, if you take a look at the last page, it says this, and I'll just read the last few paragraphs. This correspondence will serve as a letter of instruction such that if this conduct should occur in the future, the division may initiate a complaint for disciplinary action before the Commission for Common Interest Communities and Condominium Hotels. The decision to close this matter is made without prejudice. The division reserves the right to reopen its investigations if such action be warranted. Was there, from your purview and review of this letter, was there any sanction, any disciplinary action, anything that was sanctioned against the association at this time as a result of this letter?
I don't believe there were any sanctions, no.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Just to clarify, one point that Mr. Dickerson asked of you. So the timesheets, you were able to review them as part of your investigation, and for whatever reason, they were not necessarily included in the division's date scanner document set, but they were included for the commission's review for this matter, correct?
They are, yes.
And because you were able to review those timesheet documents in the course of your investigation, the inclusion of those as an exhibit here doesn't, I guess what I'm trying to say is, it doesn't change your opinion as to whether or not this matter was commission worthy of hearing before the commission.
That's true.
Thank you. Councilman Wicks.
I have nothing further.
Okay, there's questions for the investigator.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Messer, if I understood, you've been with the division for approximately 1.5 years. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
What was your background prior to that?
Prior to that, I was in the Navy for 21 years. I also worked in the medical field. I was a inspector of nursing homes and worked in compliance with the nursing homes, and then I also was an immigration officer prior to that.
And thank you for your service. So would it be fair to say you've got experience in reviewing documentation in compliance with regulations?
I would, yes.
Okay. So when I was looking through this, I only saw, and I'm still, there's a voluminous amount of documents that an audit, CPA audit for 2023 and a budget for 2024. Is that accurate, or is there any other updated information, at least within the commission's documents are you aware of, or within the documents that you might be aware of for the Winterwood?
Not aware of.
All right, thank you, Chair, for the moment. I think that's all that I had. Mr. Minister.
Okay.
Commissioner Gilliam, I have a question. In review of the all of the bank statements that were provided, it appears there are a number of other individuals that live in the community that were also received payment. Were those investigated?
They were not, because they were not board members.
It appears there's a potential family member of a board member. Was that investigated?
That I'm not, I did not investigate a family member. I wasn't aware of any of them being family members.
Another question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Messer. I do have a couple of follow-up questions. So you mentioned in your experience as an investigator at a time with the real estate division that you've never come across this sort of situation where self-managed association volunteer board members are being compensated in this manner. Is that
That's correct.
correct characterization? Okay. Is it your opinion that, when self-managed associations or when boards determine that they're going to self-manage, that, these responsibilities are of the officers and the directors pursuant to like the governing documents, the bylaws and things like that. So when you're self-managed, you volunteer to manage the affairs of the association without compensation.
That would be my opinion.
And typically, paid individuals providing services to an association would be, vendors and other, like a management company, or sometimes employees hired by, the self-managed association. Those individuals would be able to receive the compensation.
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have anything.
I got a question. Commissioner Jarman, Ms. Messer, in your investigation, did you come across any person or entity that supervised Ms. Ortega or authorized her to do anything that she was doing along the way?
I did not.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're done with Mr. Messer. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. The vision closes this case machine. Thank you.
Mr. Dick.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Give me just 1 second here. Okay. Ms. Ortega. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, we need to swear her in.
Yeah, I need to swear you in now. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I absolutely do.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just state for the record, Madam Commissioners, really quick, because I don't think we did this before. I am counsel for the association, Troy Dickerson, Hall and Evans Law Firm, Nevada State Bar number 9381, just for
Thank you.
clarification. Ms. Ortega, take a look at the document that's labeled as Exhibit B, Winterwood Village, number 1. And this has been referenced previously by Mr. Sue in his arguments, but can you tell me what this document is?
It was when I was trying to take a leave of absence because our receptionist of 5 years quit. It was during the pandemic, and I'd already worked for like almost 16 years before this. So there's times when the receptionist and secretary sick, doctor's appointment, and you have to fill in
And just for clarification, when you say you'd worked for 16 years, you had worked for 16 years
on the board
as a board member?
as a president.
Okay. And just for clarification for the record, when did you come on to the Winterwood Village HOA board? Which year?
2006, later in 2006, and then became president in March of 2007.
Okay. So, and again, just for clarification, so by when, and we'll get to that, this letter, you had been on the board when this letter was written for approximately 16 years. You
Yeah.
had been the board president for 15 years. Is that correct?
Yeah. And our receptionist of 5 years quit. And I didn't mind filling in when it needed. First of all, I just want to tell you, I was secretary at the Flamingo Hilton. I know secretaries run the world. I know that a lot of times, people don't even know until the secretary tells them something. And I didn't mind stepping in when it was needed. But when she quit, and it was during the pandemic, I knew I was going to be forced into that room. I knew I was going to be stuck there. I don't mind being president. I know most people get burned out at 5 years or 3 years. My grandparents lived there. My mother lived there and was on the board.
Mr. Ortega, let me ask you a clarifying question. And this letter, just for the record, is dated September 7th of 2021, correct? Up to this point, the date that you had actually written this letter from
It was the day she quit.
the day that she quit, but from the time that you had been on the board for 15 or 16 years prior to that, how would you describe the general office staff situation? In other words, did most employees that were hired by the association for their first 15 or 16 years, did they stay and work in the office for a while?
They did. There was sometimes staffing problems, and you work through temporary stuff like that. But this wasn't going to be temporary. This is a pandemic and we were having trouble hiring anyone. And I'm going to give you an example. The apathy is still there. We had an election in March. Nobody runs. They haven't ran since the pandemic. I have a couple of board members that really would like to get off, but no one's there to take their place.
Mr. Teggett, so let's talk about that for a little bit. Why don't you, so you've been on the board for a long time. How long have you lived in the association?
About 35 years.
And let's talk about the association a little bit. So this is a self-managed homeowners association.
We're old. People are on fixed incomes they can't afford. They've not, the only time they tried management was horrible. And then I tried a little bit for the violations and it worked out horrible. So I went on. Let's talk the violations myself because we don't have volunteers for the art committee. And according to the IRS, the mileage is supposed to be registered the way we did, say how many miles, say what it was for, where we went. And that was all done that way. And expense is gas. Gas is an expense. It's not just something you purchase at the store.
So let's talk. There's
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about your community, because my understanding is, so 213 units, and this is a self-managed association on the east side of Las Vegas, right? My understanding is that these are manufactured homes.
Yes.
Where homeowners have basically what amounts to a mobile home sitting on a piece of real property that they own, which is different than, your standard mobile home park kind of situation. Obviously, that would be under manufactured housing. This is under HOA governance. So you are a homeowners association, correct?
No, but there's more entailed because we own the land. I mean,
Right,
they own the land. So there's more, they have more rights to things that you have to mitigate.
So these are old houses,
70s.
55 years old, manufactured houses on lots, and not necessarily the greatest part of the city, right, as far as location.
No.
Tell us about just some of the general problems. Well, first off, 213 units. In your understanding, what's the size of most self-managed associations in Las Vegas?
1% and 2% of Clark County. Actually, no, they said Nevada. 1 or 2% in Nevada are as big as us. Most run anywhere from 30 to 100. I think maybe there's 1 or 2 that are 150.
And again, I understand you're not an expert on that, but that's your understanding. So what you're saying, though, as far as I can tell, is that this association, for a self-managed association, is significantly larger than most self-managed associations,
Yes.
correct?
And we used to have a board of 7. We had to reduce it down to 5.
Tell us about just some of the general, you've been on the board and lived in this community for a long time. What are some of the day-to-day problems and concerns that this community faces on a regular basis?
Just typical, most typical of everything. You have homeowner complaints, you have violations, you have one of the big things, and it's understandable why they made the law, but one of the big things is having that website that had to be public with all your documents. We're over 50 years old. Some of our documents were destroyed in a fire. We had to gather all of that stuff together to try to get it and get somebody that does the internet, because I'm not very techy. And that was a lot. And when that happened, we thought this was before they made the change that we don't have to have the portal when we're smaller. So when the first thing happened, we thought we'd have to have a portal. We had to look into insurance. It was going to be like $5 million for liability. It was, and then they changed the law. But when that first happened, our bookkeeper of 10 years decided to retire. She didn't want to deal with the portals or any of that. So we were dealing with that. And then we had to hire a new bookkeeper. She's very good. She works for Liberty Tax, very Lou, but she'd never done an HOA before. That's how the mistake, she forgot the one before the 56,000. And I guess she maybe thought it was a dollar sign was a 1. And that's how that got, and that's how I got found out I was doing wrong.
Okay, so let's back up just a little bit and go back to your 2021 letter that we're looking at. Right? I know Mr. Stewart has already read this. Will you go ahead and read this out loud to the commission?
Can I just explain what mindset I was in when I wrote it?
Of course.
I was angry. I was angry. I have bad handwriting, but this is really bad because I was angry. Because I knew I was going to get stuck in the office to do it all again.
And when you say stuck in the office to do it all again, up to this point in time, when there was a transition of office staff in the association's office, first tell us a little bit about the operation there. My understanding is that you have a clubhouse in the middle of the community, right? And there is an active, open HOA office, correct?
We have an office, we have a rec hall, we have a pool, we have jacuzzi, of course, there's bathrooms in the pool area.
How often
We have an angel garden for memory for people that have passed.
how often, with respect to the HOA office specifically, right? You're open for business during the course of the week, correct?
We're open 10 to 2, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and that's the way it's been from early, before I got there.
So in other words, just for clarification for the commission's sake, the office is open 3 times a week. It's a self-managed association. Who's typically working in the office on a regular basis?
Me, the bookkeeper, well, she used to come in every 2 weeks, but now she comes in once a week because we had to raise the dues. And so there's more deposits to make. We have Judy's that's in there. She does the changing of the assessor's records when the address is changed. She checks the email. That's why sometimes I didn't get the emails that I should have.
So let me go back to my question before. When there's a transition in office staff, who's the person for the association that's primarily responsible to train the staff and knows how everything is supposed to be trained to keep things operating on a day-to-day basis?
It's only me. It's only me. I know how to do the office. I know how to run. And it's always me.
And why would you say it's always you?
Because I have a statement to read later, but I have a good board. They just don't have time.
And the current board is currently constituted. How many members are on the board?
5.
Okay. Are all those 5 positions actively filled right now?
Yes.
So let's go back to the letter again. You want to read that out loud?
Yes. I am taking a leave of absence until we have a trained receptionist in the office. I will be available for consultation and signatures. I didn't know at the time that you couldn't do that when you took a leave of absence because I've never taken a leave of absence before. I am forced to do the receptionist job, so I will not be working for free. So there is no conflict of interest. I, as board member and president, will be on leave.
So when you said you will not be working for free, why did you make that statement?
Because I do everything. Because there's a lot I do. We were part of the feral pilot TNR program. And so we were volunteers to feed the feral cats. And now it's the policy because we were the pilot now. And I do Meals on Wheels for the military and the handicapped that are homebound for the holidays. I do calendar events for the major holidays. In fact, after I do this, I've got to go to the store and get hamburgers and hot dogs for a barbecue for the pool opening on Saturday.
So, Ms. Ortega, let me ask you a question. This letter, how long was did you actually take a leave of absence from the board?
I didn't get a chance. I mean, there was about 6 days where I could actually concentrate on that before they asked me for a signature, and there was no one else for a signature. And then they asked, they just needed me.
So is it correct to say that even though you stated you took a leave of absence, that was your intent at the time? You never actually took?
I never got to.
And why didn't you get to?
Because they always needed me for something.
Did anybody else know how to operate the association the way that you did on a day-to-day capacity when you wrote this letter in 2021?
No one knew how to run that office. They do now after all of this. Because if something like this happened again, I don't want anybody to get in trouble. So training a regular board member, my vice president, she had a heart monitor on her 2 weeks ago. I trained her. Of course, she had the heart monitor. But it wouldn't do any good to just train a board member because they'd be in the same trap I was in. And I'll get to what the trap was. There's laws that conflict. You're going to break a law regardless of what you do. You can't follow all the laws simultaneously in a staffing shortage. It can't be done because they conflict.
Mr. Ortega, let's go back to this particular juncture of time, okay, when you wrote this letter.
Yes.
This started kind of a chain reaction of something that the association had not really dealt with up to this point, correct?
So, yes.
Who was this letter written by?
Me.
Right, but this was written in response to who was it that quit on the office staff?
Oh, Heather.
Okay.
Our receptionist.
So Heather Martin Cook had basically worked for the association for 5 years up to this point, and then my understanding is that she quit without any notice on the day that you wrote this letter.
Yes,
Is that correct?
On that day.
Okay. So after she quit, how many successive employees did Winterwood Village attempt to hire to replace her position as office clerk?
Over that course of time, there was 4 times that I tried to hire, and I trained one for almost, well, probably a year.
Let me just establish the time frame on that. So she had worked there for 5 years, right? She quit without notice. Giselle Bravo is my understanding that came in shortly after that, but she was only there for a couple of months after that, correct?
Yes. We got her fast because somebody knew her, and she was a good candidate. She was going to college. I think I should tell you what we're hiring. When I try to hire someone, we're small. I know we're big for self-managed, but we're a small community, and we're a family park. So when I hire, I want them to stay. So I ask them if they have anything that would make them want to leave, or in her case, in Giselle's case, she was a college student. I wanted to try to hold older because I thought that was more conducive, or a single mother because we have hours that are perfect for a single mother. But she was there and we needed her, and she had qualifications. She was in college, and we figured we'd have her at least 4 years. But she did so well in college that the teacher asked her to be a teacher's helper. So she had to leave. And she told me on Friday, and she was leaving on Monday.
So basically no notice again, or very little notice. And let me ask you another question. As far as the office staff that work for the association in the clubhouse office, right, 3 days a week, are these full-time employees?
No,
They're
none of them. We don't pay health. We don't have money for health.
So they're part-time employees. They don't receive any other benefits other than just wage. And what is,
Well, we get them birthday cakes on their birthday.
what's the hourly wage that the association been paying their office staff recently?
Well, the $15 is what I charged because that's what Heather was making. She had 5 years experience. I had 16.
So, and then just to kind of set up a timeline for this for the commission's benefit, Miss Martin Cook was the reason why you wrote this letter,
Yes.
Winwood Village #1. Then Giselle Bravo was hired a couple of weeks later. She
Yeah.
quit without notice 5 or 6 months later, correct?
No, she only worked for a couple. Well, you have the whole timeline there. If they want to read it, we have the time.
Right, but I'm just, after her, she was there, my understanding is for a couple of months. And then there was another employee hired, Marie Castro, that was there from approximately March through November of 2022.
Yeah, here's Stephanie. Do you want me to just read it?
You want to read that for the record? Sure.
Um,
This is a document that you created.
Yeah, I just went back and looked at their last checks and stuff to be able to make this up. Heather Martin, and then she got married, so she changed her name to Cook. Was in 5 years and quit on 9/7/21. Giselle Bravo is the one that we hired right after her, and after Giselle Bravo, Maria Castro. And I've got her times March 22 and quit on November of 22. She was pregnant, and even this was the old bookkeeper that ended up retiring, got her a thing for her baby and stuff. We were excited, and she said she was going to come back after Christmas break, but she never did. And then what we got?
Did you talk about Fran?
Fran, God bless her. Fran is an elderly lady that made a lot of mistakes, and she was the one that I was ready to fire because they were bad. But on the day I was going to fire her, she quit because she had got another job.
Who was after Fran?
After Fran Winters, oh, that was Judy. She's Judy Saucedo. She was the one that I spent a long time training. Judy Saucedo, when I hired her because she was elderly and I have illnesses, I was concerned that maybe some of her age required things might not be able to do the job. So I just asked her, is there anything that would medically that would require you not to be able to handle the position? And she said no. And of course we believed her. And she was a nice lady. She quit CVS to work at our office. And she would make mistakes. Sometimes they were the same mistakes, but then later it was different mistakes. I think, I can't remember for sure, but I think it was at about 8 months. And the budget doesn't call for 2 receptionists for 8 months. It only calls for 1. So I was really worried that I was going over budget just having to train.
So Leslie, let's backtrack just a little bit. After Judy Saucedo, so my understanding is she was hired in June of 23, ended just a couple months later. Who came in after her?
No, not Judy Saucedo. Judy Saucedo was there for a long time.
Oh.
She was hired in June of 23 and quit in August of 24.
So
and about 8 months along, when the mistakes were getting so bad, because when a mistake is made, it's not just a typo thing. I guess I should explain how we do the self-managed when we get the checks. Would that help?
Let's hold, before you do that. How many? Basically, we've talked to 5 or 6 individuals, right?
Yeah.
That started in the pandemic,
Yeah.
correct? That you hired that didn't stay on for very long. Has that basically continued up until the recent past?
Yes.
Okay.
At 8 months, she told me something that she hadn't confided before, because she said she felt so bad about all of the mistakes that she offered to quit. And I probably should have let her. But I knew I'd already trained her that long. And starting from scratch one would mean training someone all over again and trying to find someone all over again. And so I said, no, you're doing better. You've corrected. That's when she told me she had dyslexia. That's when she was making all the mistakes. It got to the point when I went into the banks with the deposit.
Excuse me.
The cashier would go.
Hold on.
Commissioner Darian, can you please ask the attorney to get to the point? I don't understand the relevancy.
We'll do that right now.
Please.
What we're trying to establish here is that they've gone through several successive employees, 6 or 7 since this letter was written. And I know we're getting ready to break for lunch. I understand that. And the commission you're fine to do that. We can break whenever you want to do that. Let me just ask this question, Mr. Ortega. Mr. Ortega, what did you and the association determine, though, at this particular point when you wrote this letter regarding your providing office services to the association?
That was accepted, and that I thought that's why I would be able to actually step back from the board and do the receptionist job. I didn't want to do the receptionist job. I was 67. I'm self-managing a 213 property. The last thing I wanted to do was be stuck in that office for what little time I had to myself.
Okay, so we can probably want to break for lunch. Stop here. If we're going off the record, it's up to the commission.
One moment. Are you done with it?
I'm not done. I'm not done.
I haven't anticipated how long it'll go.
I mean, probably another 20, 30 minutes, my guess.
Of this, going back and forth with this?
Asking,
We've established.
presenting my witness. She needs to establish some other facts. We're going to do that. I'm guessing 20 to 30.
I mean, everyone wants to break and we'll come back and Mr. Dickerson can finish up with his case.
It's up to you.
Oh, that's.
Any objection to that? Okay.
Okay.
This is a good stopping point
I
then,
guess,
so we'll go
yeah.
ahead and break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 PM.
This, never told them, they only, they didn't get told the truth. They need to be told the truth.
Good afternoon. Can I get appearances from Carson City and Rev?
Carson City is ready.
Thank you.
Online is ready.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're back from our break. And so let's pick up with the Winterwood Village Unit 1 with Mr. Dickerson.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Yes, we'll pick up. We're just for the record, we're continuing with our defense in chief.
Okay.
So Ms. Ortega, we've just talked about kind of a seminal moment in your relationship with the association, where you wrote the September 2021 letter. And there was, because of the pandemic and other circumstances, there was several employees that the HOA tried to hire and they did not stay for very long, correct?
One did, but yeah,
Right. Over the course of the last
3 years, 9 months.
3 years and 9 months. At this juncture, is this when you and the association determined that they would pay you for office services?
I wrote this and I didn't do anything else regarding board at that time. I don't know what went on, what conversations went on. I just know that I was called back to sign and to do stuff on the board even after I did it.
So you were called back basically to continue helping the association to operate as its board
The
president.
association wouldn't have operated. It would have stopped because there's no one else that knows what to do.
So let's go to
That won't happen now. After all of this, I've put things in place where that wouldn't. I didn't.
so you started to accept payments from the association. Let's talk about that for a little bit. I'd like to turn to Winterwood Village. Let's go to Winterwood Village 2. What is this document? Tell me.
Employees, receptionists fill out a timesheet, and that's what I was doing.
Okay. Why did you start keeping time records like this?
Because that's what you do for employees. And when you're getting paid from the association, you got to keep a record of it.
And when you started keeping these kind of timesheet records, like the ones that we're looking at in Winterwood Village 2, and basically over the course and duration of about 200 bait number pages between number 2 and 220, and I'll just represent to the commission that basically represents the time that Ms. Ortega was paid by the association between approximately September 2021 and approximately June 2025. Why was it important for you to keep meticulous timesheet records like this?
Because the people have to know where their money goes. And it's a law.
When you submitted a timesheet record like this, what was the typical duration for time spent working for the office, clerical duties?
It just depends on what came up. Normally it would be business office hours, but then when there was mistakes, you had to.
But like this sheet in Winterwood Village too, this encompasses a duration of how long? Is that 2 weeks?
Yes.
So you would keep your time and track your time meticulously based on date and how many hours you spend in the office, correct? If you look at the bottom, the pay rate was basically minimum wage, $15 an hour, right?
Right.
Okay. Turn to Winterwood Village 3.
Can I just say something?
Of course.
I worked for the Las Vegas Convention Center in the traffic department, and I was a cashier for 12 years. I also worked the 2020 census, and the only reason I'm bringing this up, well, I didn't want people to bring the COVID into our park, so I did all of that neighborhood, not just our park. But the reason I bring it up is I got opportunities to work, and I could have chosen what days I wanted to work. This was not something I chose. It was something forced on me. and there was no one else to do it. And I couldn't let the park fail. And with all the different laws, this administrative one was the least one I could break in doing it, because the other is a federal and state labor law for not getting paid for doing work that was normally paid for.
Okay, so let me take you, so you would fill out a timesheet like the one that is shown in Wynwood Village number 2. And then you would get paid, a check was cut by the association, you would get a paycheck. And you would get a paycheck stub, right, which is represented in Wynwood
Yes.
Village 3. Okay. In addition to that, if you turn to Wynwood Village number 5, in addition to your timesheets, you would also submit mileage expense reimbursement forms, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about taking a look at Wynwood Village number 5. How would you fill that out in the context of a regular paycheck from the association?
Well, we keep track of the mileage, and you write down where you were going. Sometimes I was able to write, sometimes it's miscellaneous, but sometimes like this one was padlock keys, Home Depot. And as you see, all the errands that were ever run by was me. Nobody else ran errands in the park, only me.
Why were you the only one that ran errands for
No one had time. Everyone has jobs, and I'm old. And if you can see here, I just want to point out that, do you see where there's 2 zeros there at the bottom?
This is on Wynwood Village 5, correct?
Yeah. And you see where there's 2 zeros there? That's because I didn't charge mileage, because I was already going to this place, and this place was near those places. I had to pass those places to get to that places, so I didn't charge.
And these are all reimbursements for mileage that accrued for time that you spent running errands for the
Yeah,
association.
for
on
the
this particular
mileage.
sheet.
Not the time spent doing all of that, just the mileage.
Just for the mileage reimbursement. Okay, so the respondents have basically produced and disclosed everything between Wynwood Village number 2 and I believe it's 223. Let's double check, make sure. Yes, 223, which I'll represent constitutes basically 3 years and approximately 9 or 10 additional months of timesheet records, purchase reimbursement receipt requests, paycheck stubs. Again, just to go back to this, why was it important for you to keep meticulous time records under the circumstances?
Well, when I was taking them, I didn't think there was particular circumstances. Just know it's a rule of law, and that's what we do.
What was your thought at the time that you were keeping these records, receiving these checks from the association? Just to circle back, what was your thought and interpretation with respect to?
I thought I was being a good fiduciary.
Okay. I'd like to circle back a little bit just to some of the questions that Mr. Sue raised with Investigator Messer. Let's go back to, let's see, Wynwood Village 152, I believe. It's one of the documents that was referenced previously. Okay. This is Wynwood Village 152. It's a mileage expense reimbursement form that makes reference to
The ARC violations.
right up at the top. Can you explain what that entry is up there for? It looks like January 3rd, 2024 ARC violations.
Okay, it says 214 properties, but I discovered that all of our documents about our HOA was wrong. We have 213 what had happened, and I just found this out a couple of months ago. That they counted the wash that the county has as a single family dwelling as part of our HOA, because the wash was the county's, but they lost the paperwork. And so all of our maps said 214, but when I started actually counting, we only had 213, which means everything we had done with budgets and stuff was going to be off. But we allow a certain percentage of people not paying, even with the accrual method. But that's something that we we had to change here because there's only 213.
Okay, now let me direct you, Ms. Ortega, to check this really quick. It's Winterwood Village number 174. Mr. Sue previously had asked Investigator Messer about some entries in here on 174. This appears to be a Winterwood Village Homeowners Association timesheet for March of 2025. He pointed to some designations made up here for March 25th. Can you see that? Boy, this is rough. Me too.
Yes, to the doctor's office.
Can you explain why that entry was made there for March 25th on this timesheet that you submitted for March of 2025?
Yes, in January of last year, I was making a bank deposit for the association and I got run into. The association doesn't have its own car, so it doesn't have its own insurance. My car was messed up. I was messed up and I was without my car for a month. And I don't have the $500 to pay for them to process that. So I talked with the board and they allowed me to put this on because I actually talked to the insurance first. I talked to the insurance to see if there was any way that they could cover this because this shouldn't fall on me. It was in the process of doing something for the association. And they said, no, you don't have your own car. If you had your own car for the association, it would have its own insurance. You have to go through yours. I don't have $500. So this is the way we did it. I'd never had this happen before. Again, it's another circumstance that I'd never had to deal with in all that time.
Okay, so in that
And
context,
it took about 6 months of doctor visits.
6 months of doctor visits. In this context, then let's turn again to Mr. Sue asked Investigator Messer about Winterwood Village 189. And there's some specific entries on this. This is a mileage expense reimbursement sheet that looks like it's dated towards the end of February 2025. There's several references on the bottom.
Those are the different, how to go physical therapist, how to go to a doctor.
Okay. And by doing so, it looks like you memorialized mileage reimbursement.
I did write down the mileage because you had to keep track of everything.
So just to clarify that then, Ms. Ortega, these follow-up visits to a physical therapist to a doctor was related to the incident that you just referenced when we
Yes.
looked at 174.
Yes, from the park.
Wait until I.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Have you ever received payment from the association for your duties as specifically as a board director for Winterwood
No
Village?
way. Never.
When was the last payment made to you by the association? You recall?
It was in June. It was when I received the letter from the commission that what I was doing was wrong. And I talked to the lawyer and the lawyer said, no, can't do that. But he couldn't tell me what I could do. Even now, as I sit here, I'm not sure what I could have done because the lawyer said, he would have said, don't do that. But all the other things meant breaking a law too. So there wasn't really any alternative that I could think of then or that I can think of now.
So just
except for to prepare for something like that in the future, which I've had plenty of time to do.
So just to clarify, the association stopped making payments to you because you received instruction from the division
That I was doing something wrong. I thought it said duties. I thought it said board member duties because in my mind, I reasoned that they can't possibly force me to do receptionist work. They can't. Yes, they can. Although it would have been against the state law and the labor law if I wouldn't have gotten paid. It was rock and a hard place, and one was a federal and state law, and one was an administrative code.
So let's clarify that a little bit, Ms. Ortega, with respect to how did you distinguish between board duties for Winterwood Village HOA and officer clerical duties?
Oh, it's really easy to distinguish because it's the grunt work that's the secretary job.
What does that entail?
Well, when people come in, you take their assessments and we don't accept cash and we don't hold petty cash in our office because it's too easy to get into. We don't want to be worth robbing. So when somebody comes in, we make a copy of their check or money order. We make a receipt, it's 3 receipts. It's one for the office and one for them, and one that stays in the book. And then after that copy is done, the check goes into an envelope for deposit. The copies go into the bookkeeper's folder, and then she puts it in QuickBooks, all of the things. And that's where, when there's a mistake from the receptionist, the bookkeeper puts the wrong things in, because if the things aren't right on that copy, they don't get right in the credit for the people. And when someone's paid something and you don't know who paid it, or it got put to the wrong person, it's a lot of work trying to investigate to where it happened, getting checks back from the bank to find out where it went wrong.
Were all of your efforts to perform office clerical duties for the association between the timeframes that you just referenced, which I think you said between September 2021
Yeah, from the moment
July
I
of
wrote that leave of
2025,
absence until I got that letter telling me I was doing wrong.
were all of your efforts made in good faith?
Absolutely.
Let's go back again to that juncture in September 2021 when you testified basically that you'd had it up to that point. What were in your mind, outside of doing office and clerical work for the association going forward, what were the other potential alternative options for the association back then to take that on in light of the fact that all these people had left and were leaving as office staff at Windward Village?
To keep the office running, there was no other alternative but me. There just wasn't.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm the only one that knew what runs the office, how to make the receipts, to make the copies, to do what it takes to run the office. They don't, well, one of them now knows. I told my vice president, I trained her since this time, but she would run into the same problem. It has to be someone that's paid to do it. You have to have a staff. You can't be a board member. So, I mean, she'd have run into the same things I did. So I have talked to the people I have now, and I have someone else that, if there's a backup, can do it. And that's what I've been operating on since I found out I was doing wrong.
In the 55 years that Windward Village has been in existence, how much of that time has it been managed by a management company?
As far as I know, only a few months. I was on a board that hired a management company, and the management company did all kinds of wrong things.
Do you remember when was the time frame that the HOA was being managed by a management company? Do you remember? Even
I have the alternate dispute. I made an alternate dispute during that time that I could have taken for a lawsuit if I wanted personal gain, but I was president by the time this got heard. So I didn't. All I asked was the money that I put out for the transposed transcripts, because they didn't want to listen to recordings. So I had to pay for it to be transposed. They gave me that back. That's all I asked.
So when you had a management company in place, how long did they manage the association?
I think only about 3 months, but I don't have that. I can't say for sure.
So it's your testimony.
Long enough, I can tell you long enough to do.
It's your testimony basically then, as far as you know, in the 55 years of existence of Windward Village, they've only been managed by a management company for a couple of months.
A
correct?
few months, and it was a disaster. And then last year, since I've been doing we don't have volunteers for the architectural. So when I've been doing the architectural, and sometimes I have a helper, sometimes you get nails when they know where you live. You get nails where your tires are for your car. At one point, a long time ago, I got my life threatened, but he's off drugs now, so I'm okay. It got to be dangerous because by law, you have to take pictures. You have to take pictures. People don't like you taking pictures of when they're making a violation, and they get mean sometimes. And so I was more concerned about what was going on that way. And so I looked into hiring a management just for that aspect alone. And it didn't turn out, it didn't turn out well, and it cost us a lot.
So let's go back to September 2021 again, which is right before you started receiving payments from the association. Was the HOA in a position to be able to bring in a CAMCO or a Taylor Associated Management or a First Service to manage the community?
No, and when the gentleman here said that, that was my first like knee-jerk reaction is that takes time. You don't have time. When something happens right then, you don't have time to go somewhere else and then look for someone else and then train them. You're in the middle of a crisis.
What about,
Things all stop.
what about, was the association at that particular time in a position financially to be able to hire management?
No, we have Winterwood was first developed as an elderly community, but somewhere the development went crazy and they let family be in section of it, and then they couldn't keep the seniors and the families apart from when they bought stuff. So we're mixed. We're senior, we're family, and no, they're low income. We're all in mobile homes. That should say something right there. We don't have a lot of money, but my grandparents lived there. My mom was on the board. My son was raised there. My grandchildren were raised there. And I thought from being on the board, I can't promise security to anyone, but I can promise courtesy, and I can get someone. They didn't have a courtesy patrol or anything looking around for the people. And we did that. We did Meals on Wheels. We do calendar events. We do courtesy patrol. We try. The ones that come into the office and give us a hug for a thank you, they know. There's some that don't. And I don't think they come to board meetings much because they're not upset. They'll be upset now, probably, but I've gained their trust because I don't have much in my life. All I have is my reputation, and I've earned a good reputation, and I don't want to see it destroyed by a mistake when I tried to do everything I could to correct it. Every time they asked for documents, who you think was copying those documents? Who you think was responsible for getting them out to you guys? Every time.
Phil, I'm finished for now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I won't be long. Let's go ahead and start with the 2019 LOI. Ms. Ortega, do you have a copy of that?
I've got one. I'll give it a second.
I believe we have another copy.
And the alternate distribution.
Do you have a copy of the LOI in front of you?
You're talking about the 2019, Yeah. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Exhibit G.
No, you can turn to the front page. This is dated February 1st, 2019, and it's addressed to you as president of Winterwood. Did you receive a copy of this back in 2019?
I'm sure I did. Bruce Flammy was the lawyer at that time.
Okay.
And I'm sure I did at that time, but because of all the mistakes in their office well, this was given to us like 20 hours before our hearing here. And so when he told me, I went to the office and I tried to look for it in the file for the real estate division under communication. There wasn't one.
Okay.
So I don't know if it was misfiled or not, but I never saw it after this initial thing. But there are some things I really need to address on that.
But you did read, you did read the letter when it came to you.
When it first came, yes. I'm sure.
Let's turn to the page 3, allegation 4. Essentially that it cites to the relevant statute 116.31187, subsection 1B, that otherwise accepting any that prohibits orders from otherwise accepting commission, personal profit, or compensation of any kind from the association for providing financing goods and services to the association. Did you understand what that?
She wasn't on the board at the time. That was one of the wrong things in the allegation. There were several.
I understand that the specifics of the allegation might not necessarily have fit the circumstances, but the statute, do you understand what the statute meant?
I understood it was a statute, but because I knew that it wasn't true. I didn't research that statute because I knew it wasn't true. She wasn't on the board. The fact wasn't true to begin with. I now know I should have, but I knew it was false.
So, are you aware that the division has a form 602 that board members are required to sign that attests to their knowledge and understanding?
Yes, I've done that several times.
So you, in there, it attests that you understand the obligation. There are many to 116,
Yes, and I thought I did, but obviously I didn't.
And just so we have a clear record, because we're at some point maybe going to be having a transcript on this, allow me to finish my question, and then I'll allow you to complete your response before I jump in. But let's try to avoid talking over each other. So you were aware, though, of the statute as far as not being able to receive compensation, and apparently that's why you tried to take a leave of absence as president?
Is that a question you want me?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Well, you
wasn't
confirmed
sure.
that that was the understanding.
Okay. I was aware that board members could not receive payment for board, and I thought it was board duties, not just being a board member. And that's where I went really wrong. I thought it was board duty.
But as you sit here today,
I see that it was wrong. I didn't know still what to do.
let's turn then to page 1 of Exhibit D of your, which one would be like 1? Your handwritten note. Now, I understand now the emotional circumstances undergirding when you wrote this letter. Definitely charged environment. You had noted in your testimony that you just didn't see another way. I think your attorney even mentioned, why not go with Terra West? Why not go with another Camco, a large management company that could service the community? And you were saying something about not having enough time. Could you explain that?
Okay. I think misunderstood. No, what I'm saying, in the middle of a crisis,
Sure.
he's saying, you hire a management that takes board meetings, it takes certain things. You're in the middle of a crisis and the doors close if you're not there. There's not that kind of time is what I'm talking.
Okay, so I guess my question is, that's all well and good in September of 2021, but how about like months thereafter?
I kept trying, and you'll see that the one thing that it felt like I was in there forever. It really did. But I in real time, I didn't realize it was that long before I tried to hire again. I knew I was trying not to for a little while so that I wouldn't mess up the budget more than it had already been messed up. But I didn't realize I hadn't tried to hire again in that last 9 months. But I have to be able to look at you, and I can't. But there's a lot more that goes into hiring people. There's a human aspect. And there's a human aspect that it takes a toll on people that are hiring people. And I'm just going to explain that. When you work hard to train someone and you feel like you're going to be able to get out of there and you're going to have a life again, and then it fails, and then you're back to square one. And you do it again, and you do it again, and then you find someone that really is going to work out. They can catch on, and their mistakes they've learned, and then they leave. They no call, no show, or they get pregnant and say they're going to come back after the baby, and they don't.
Sorry, if I may stop you right.
I'm sorry.
I'm talking in terms of not an employee context, which I think might be your understanding, but I'm talking in terms of if you hire community management association, a community association management company, they are supposed to handle everything soup to nuts. And frankly, there are thousands of communities here in Nevada where the board members, they don't have any professional knowledge. They simply hire somebody who does. That's kind of like you would hire an attorney. Like you would hire an attorney to provide a service. In a similar way, you hire the community association management company to provide that service without any kind of training on your part. Did you not understand that that was an option?
No, I understood that was an option. It wasn't an option for our park because our park can't afford management. We are on fixed incomes and people will lose their homes. But beyond, see, the thing is, if I don't get to speak it, sometimes I forget what I was going to say. Can you repeat that? Because there was something else I wanted to add.
I'm trying to make the distinction between training of an employee and whether or not you need to train a management company in order to train to do the same service.
Okay. The other thing that I was talking about him is the time. When you do that, it requires certain requirements to be able to hire, and then the management. We didn't have the money there. You can't make people pay money they don't have coming in. And there's not the money to pay for management, and the people don't want it. They have a right to be self-managed.
I definitely understand the right to self-management and self-determination for sure. But as far as the money is concerned, let's go ahead and turn quickly to that. Compensation wise, do you dispute the figure that Mr. Messer provided, the 39,000 some odd dollars in compensation over the 4 years?
I don't dispute it because I'm not a bookkeeper and I haven't added the things, but I believe that they're going to tell the truth.
Okay. Is it possible that you could use those funds instead to pay for association?
No.
Company? Why is that?
Because we shouldn't have used those funds to begin with, because that's why I didn't hire someone else, because I had already gone over our budget in just paying. So
well,
the money isn't there to use, is what I'm saying. It was taken from somewhere else on our budget.
Okay, let's be clear though. That money was paid to you for your employment as well as to reimburse you mileage. It would have otherwise been paid to an employee for your self-managed association. And right, is that correct?
Yes.
And so the money, instead of being paid to you to perform the services or to an employee to perform the services, what I'm saying is, did you and the board not consider using that money to pay for an association management company to perform?
And I understand what you're asking, and what I'm replying to you is you're acting as if that was money that was there to use for something. It wasn't. I was using money that shouldn't have gone for another income. I mean, for someone's income. It should have gone for one receptionist, training for a couple of weeks at the month the most, but it didn't work out that way.
I think I have an.
I'd like to re-examine. Let's talk a little bit about your history, Ms. Ortega, and with respect to homeowners associations and some other things. In 2007, you helped to facilitate a settlement in an HOA dispute related to board malfeasance. You remember that?
Yes.
And that went to NRS Chapter 38 arbitration proceedings, correct?
Yes. Right.
Well,
but I can't, because it's confidential. I was told I can't show you.
can you tell us just a little bit, what was your role in that dispute and how did things play out just generally?
Well, the board was doing things that wasn't right. They were fixing elections. They were changing minutes. They weren't, well, at first they weren't even letting homeowners be at the board meeting. I was supposed to be open and they were closing it. And then they targeted me because I was telling them what they did wrong. And see, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir, but when you were saying about boards just hire people, that's the problem. The board I was on, this was before I was president, the board I was on hired, but they thought in hiring a management, they didn't need to know the rules. You need to know the rules so you know if the management's doing something wrong.
Okay. Let's turn to Winterwood Village, 226 through 229. Class.
Did you want, oh. There were other things that they did, but you don't need all that.
See, Ms. Ortega, you've disclosed several letters, commendations over the course of time as a published author and poet from programs and entities such as Adult Christian Ministries, the National Hemophilia Foundation, Stop DUI, and even from former United States Vice President Al Gore. What is your history as a poet in the Las Vegas community?
Excuse me.
Well, this isn't to do with
Commissioner Jarman, Chairman, what does this got to do with this?
This goes to character.
And she's written books and she's got letters from Al Gore. Who cares? How is that germane to this case?
The respondent does.
Okay, I would just respectfully ask that we spend a few minutes and no more on that. Please.
Tell us about your history as a poet and published author in Las Vegas.
Well, in fairness, I don't really think they care about the poet part, but I just want to say what my poetry did. My nature, and this is why, ma'am, I feel it is important. My nature is important. Am I a thief? Am I someone out for myself? Or am I someone that constantly gives of myself for other things? I think that would be important to this proceeding. And these letters show that whenever there was a problem, I tried to do something about it.
So let me just,
Bill Clinton was Oklahoma bombing.
sorry, this is Wynwood Village. This is 230 to 232, if you want to follow along.
Governor's initiative, that was Scott O'Grady when he was shot down. I felt bad. I also got money for all HOAs in the state of Nevada. All HOAs have benefited from my work. Senate Bill 280, excess proceeds list. A month. It was less than a year after my husband was killed, and I testified at the Grant Sawyer building for Senate Bill 281. That was a bill that was my thought, and I don't know why, because I only went to college for one semester. Didn't have money for anything else. And I didn't understand why this wasn't already a law. But the HOAs weren't on the list to get money that was due them after foreclosure. And when that happened to my HOA, I did what I always do. I try to make it better. I try to change it, and I did. I got Mike Randolph. I don't know if any of you knew him, but Mike Randolph passed away. He was our collection guy. And I asked him what is required to change this, because it was crazy. Pawn shops were on the excess proceeds list and HOAs weren't. So he told me what we needed, and I have a couple people of senators that believe in what I do, and they sponsored. Senator Mark Mendoza sponsored it, and there were a few hoops we had to jump through, but we got it passed. And now all HOAs get the money that's due them from foreclosure. I just tried all along to do the best thing I could.
Let's go to one other document that we've produced in this proceeding, Ms. Ortega. This is Wynwood Village 233 and 234. There's actually it's a resolution, correct, from the state of Nevada legislature, specifically for you, named as an individual, regarding the steroid warning network. Just tell us a little bit about that.
I was misdiagnosed with multiple sclerosis when really it was a topical steroid that had caused numbness in my legs and arms and a bunch of dermatological issues. When just like now, I realized none of you are saying, let's go after Leslie Ortega. You're doing your job. You're doing what you need to do. Well, there wasn't labeling on the packaging and people couldn't see what they were taking. They didn't know it was a steroid. So I started the Steroid Warning Network, nonprofit, and I started letting the people know the dangers. And this was my recognition for doing it. Also, it got sent to the Vice President of the United States at the time, who was Al Gore, and the legislatures there, but I didn't have money for lobbying to change anything in that regard. But Nevada was the only state that's ever recognized steroids as being a problem for people and for what needs to be done in the labeling. And that's what this was.
So in addition to your history of service and community efforts for multiple causes that we've just looked at, you've also have a long history of specific service and devotion to the HOA in different ways. Just tell us a little bit about the things that you've done service-wise for the association.
I mentioned it briefly. We do calendar event. We're doing the pool opening on Saturday, so I have to get hot dogs and hamburgers for the barbecue. We do calendar events for the big holidays, Santa for Christmas, Easter eggs, hunts, Halloween. 4th of July we'll be doing. But some of the most gratifying was Meals on Wheels, because the people that are homebound don't usually get a fresh home cooked meal. So some of us do that, and then we deliver them. And we do it a couple days before the holiday because we want to have a holiday to ourselves, but we want them to feel like it's for the holiday too. So we've been doing that for 20 years, almost 20 years, and calendar of events the same. And then I already told you about the feral cats, and then all these errands that you see. I'm writing up mileage. That's time. I just figured it was part of my job, but I can't afford to pay for my gas for doing all this.
So lastly, Ms. Ortega, let's take a look at Exhibit F, which we produced just a couple of days ago, a little bit late, but it is marked as the Exhibit F. And just as a matter of housekeeping, Mr. Tsu, on our part,
Yes.
we would like to basically just put all of our exhibits, enter them into the record.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think we've
Okay. This is the last exhibit we're going to reference, excuse me.
That's all right.
This is a letter dated June 8th, 2026 from Judith Tellman. Can you tell me what this letter is and why you sought this letter out just in the last couple of days?
Because none of you know the ins and outs of my life, and nobody should. But that lady does. She became my therapist after my husband was crushed to death and my granddaughter was in the car with him. She survived. She was a miracle. But she's been with me since that happened. And by the way, one of those allegations was because I had forgotten the reserve back in that old one. I'd forgotten to do the reserve the year that happened. I didn't remember about the reserve. She's been my therapist. She's my therapist when I was doing the office work, and she knew how much I hated it. And she knew I felt like I was forced. And she told me to quit the board. But there was no one else.
I'd like to reference.
And then she knows what I'm like now because she's still my therapist.
I'd like to reference just a couple of portions of this.
Okay.
This is the third paragraph down. Ms. Tallman states, in all capacities in which I have observed her, Ms. Ortega's character has been above reproach. Is that your opinion as well?
Well, I would hope so.
Will you just read the last paragraph of that letter for me?
Kind of embarrassed. As a result of this experience, Ms. Ortega is experiencing symptoms of anxiety and intrusive thoughts. I have post-traumatic stress, so that's why she brought that up. And is seeking treatment to address the resulting mental health concerns. Based on my knowledge of Ms. Ortega and the circumstances she has described, I am confident that this violation was unintentional.
Is there
She knows my history. She knows I am a survivor of child abuse, and injustices through my life have been a hard.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ms. Ortega, let's just end with this. Do you have something else that you'd just like to end as far as?
Yes, I have a statement. Somewhere I have to. The timeline of the different things that are during this time. I think this was it.
Apologies. Just track this.
For some of this time, oh, hi, I'm sorry. I don't know if I was supposed to introduce myself after talking all this time. Hi, I'm Leslie Ortega. And it's very cold in here, even though I'm on the hot seat. On 4/25/22, ironically, almost a year to the 4 years to the day that my husband was killed, I was in the hospital in emergency surgery for an ulcer that blew a hole in my stomach. I was in the hospital for 10 days. During that time, things in the office didn't work out so well. And so even more mistakes were made. I wasn't there. And I don't know if you guys even want to hear it, but I have a chronological time of all the events that took place in our park, including, because we're an old park, when I went to change, this is just something simple, but when I went to change the toddler swings on our swing set, found out that that wasn't compliant because it should have had its own structure. Then I found out the ground itself wasn't compliant because it was just our hard grass. So all of that had to be redone because it had to be compliant. I mean, I know nobody was going to say it but I knew it had to be compliant. So what we did is we put sand, because we couldn't afford a lot of the expensive stuff for a playground. We put sand in there. We put a little wall around to keep the sand in, but then we made breaks for wheelchairs and for strollers. And then we made a separate structure for the toddler swing. Then in doing that, we had a reserve that needed to be done. And I saw that the resurfacing of the basketball court, we had a full resurfacing of the basketball court too. But our people didn't get to really use the whole basketball court because other people kept coming in from out of our park using the whole one. They only got to use half of it. And the kids in the park wanted a volleyball. So what I did, thought of the sand, we made half of that basketball court a volleyball with sand. And that means we didn't have to resurface the other half of the basketball court every time. And we let the reserve study know that. That was just one of the things. We changed the lighting in the rec hall to LED. I mean, this is a whole list of different things. It's not just running an office. That's clerical. These are board stuff. These are what board stuff does. Supervising to make sure things are done and make sure you're code compliant. Pool plastering. Just, I don't want to put it, I think all of you know what goes into having to keep things going. But I do want to read my statement because I do want to explain.
If I may, just ask the commission to consider limiting the time period on the statement itself. Do you have an estimate?
It's only 10 minutes.
I don't even
We
think.
can't go another 10. If you can give us just an overview, I mean, we would like to hear you read your statement probably before. But
I was told to read it after.
okay,
I'm sorry.
well,
I guess then my objection would be relevance, unless you can summarize it in, let's say, a paragraph. I really don't know if it's relevant to these proceedings.
They'll give you probably a minute to give a synopsis. Why don't you just do that? And just in that light, just so you know, not an exhibit, but we did file something with Ms. Gallo on the first day of these meetings. It's a proposal for some suggested changes to the law for commission reference later, I should say.
I think this is relevant, and I really have to stress this part is relevant. I am here to defend myself, to show you a genuine real-world conflict in the code and to offer a solution to fix it. I am also here to speak in support of the thousands of hardworking volunteers on HOA boards and in particular self-managed ones. As you will know, it is a thankless job. These individuals are usually invisible unless a mistake is made. They volunteer their time, efforts, in ways that can put their own lives and sometimes their livelihoods in jeopardy with no appreciation, with the exception of a few thank yous from neighbors. They do it because they care and because sometimes no one else is willing to. There is a profound irony in the logic of how these boards are forced to operate. Volunteer directors are there specifically to protect the collective rights of homeowners, yet in doing so, they are forced to lose some of their very own rights. My board consists of such people. They are good, compassionate, care deeply about their neighbors, and take their fiduciary duties seriously. They volunteer what time they have, but it is not always the time that is needed to fulfill the things that are needed in a crisis situation. My character is in question today because of this case before you, because I was caught in a trap where any way I turned was the wrong way, trying to keep my community running. To believe the case against me, you would have to believe that after a lifetime of work, I suddenly abandoned my character and the very rule book that I had been trying to follow my entire adult life just to take a receptionist job. My life's work has not been about breaking rules. It has been about finding where the system is broken and fixing it. And I already told you about the excess, so I can not worry about that. The NRS 116 and the administrative rule need to be amended to reflect these complexities. It cannot continue to ignore the realities of life in an HOA. The laws are black and white, but crises are not. We need a system that allows a board member to step in when they are the only one who can handle an operational necessity, but with strict safeguards. Board approval and fair compensation. Any work must have board approval. I had a lot of time to think about this, so I was trying to think of what could have helped me. And this is the things that I thought could have helped me. If the law had been changed, this would still need to be addressed.
I'm going to object because we're asking about legislative change, which is not.
Okay, so I will stop with that and go on to the next. No director should be put in this position or be forced to choose between neglecting the law completely or neglecting their fiduciary duty. I want to give my 4 options if I can find it. Yeah, I have 4 options that I had before me, and I'd like to give you what they were. I can't find it. We're all done.
Let me just say this, those options are laid out in the filing that we made a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Why don't, I think we should just end with that.
So do you know what my options were, so I don't have to repeat them?
I think we understand what position that you felt you were in at the time.
Okay, so in closing, I'd just like to say this.
Okay.
I thought of quitting, but that would have been a breach of my fiduciary duty. I thought I could just quit as the president, but nobody was there to take my place. And then the other 2 lost, so it was a no-win situation.
No, no reader.
We rest.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah.
Well, first, I guess,
But
do
we
you
have questions.
Of course.
Yeah. I just. This is Commissioner Hadrian, who are, and it's blurry, is it Marta, Bernard, and Angelina? Who are those folks that also received payroll? And I'm talking about 2022, so it's,
Are you looking at
I
this?
apologize. It's the State's Exhibit 211. It appears there are other additional folks that were on payroll, so hired by the
The
association.
Maggie, are you talking about a Maggie maybe?
Marta, Angelina, and Bernard.
Okay, wait a minute. Bernard was a security guard.
Okay.
Angelina doesn't ring a bell.
Michael.
Oh.
In the situation.
Yeah, he was their security.
Who's Angela?
Last name.
Marsh.
I don't recognize it. That's not somebody that was in the office. I'm not sure.
A vendor, maybe?
Yeah, it had to be a vendor.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is because it seems that there are a number of individuals that were hired by the association to provide services, employees of the association. So when we talk about outsourcing services to other providers and being able to afford, I'm having a hard time putting that together. That the association could not seek the assistance of professional management because all of these individuals are being paid to make everything happen, right? And so in the areas that seem like needed help, as you said, there are other options, right? And so I was just trying to piece together when you mentioned to Mr. Sue that the association could not afford professional management. If I take the amount that you personally, Ms. Ortega, were compensated over the number of years amounts to almost about $800 a month, plus these other folks that are paid for other things. So and again, I haven't reviewed your budget or anything, but I mean, there may have been other options here that having you do that was not the only option. So I just wanted to, that's why I was asking those questions. And I believe Mr. Dickerson already asked about how long in the 55-year existence of the community that you had even, attempted to maybe outsource some of the management type duties. So thank you for that. I don't know if I have a question more than a comment. So I'll rest on that. I don't have any other questions.
Sure, Gillian, I have a couple and that go hand in hand with where you were going. Who is or was the bookkeeper since 2020?
Well, now, in 20,
I'm sorry, what year?
oh, I
2021.
2021 to the last 5 years.
think that was still Julie. She retired after
Julie.
10 years. But she's passed away now after she retired. Mary
Julie,
is our
what's her
bookkeeper.
last name?
Shaw, her last name was
And who's the bookkeeper now since?
Mary Lou, I believe her last name's Harrison.
And no one else in between that time?
No.
And then were there any other individuals working in the office besides yourself and Julie and then?
We had Judy that does the assessor's record changes and checks the email. And then once in a while, we hire Maggie that comes in, and when there's a lot of demand packets, it's a lot of copying and stuff. It's too much for one person, so she gets paid for doing that.
And you said Judy, is that Judy Moss?
Mhm.
And are,
She does courtesy patrol right now.
okay, are those individuals residents of the community?
Yes.
Anyone on the board?
No.
Or related to someone on the board?
Judy is my half sister. We have different fathers.
And then what about Robert Cesares? He was a regular.
Oh, I think we're talking about our landscape.
Yes, Robert Cesare Hernandez.
Yes, he's our landscape.
And is he related to a board member?
He is, well, he wasn't, but Dolores came on the board later. He was our landscaper already.
But he still is your landscaper?
Yeah, he's still, well, yes, we're looking for another landscaper.
Okay, and then, so do you know on a monthly basis how much those in-office individuals are paid?
They were paid minimum wage.
But
at
on a
the
monthly
time.
basis, do you know the total?
Not offhand. I don't want to quote something that would be wrong.
That's it for me.
Yes, Commissioner Lightheart. So in looking at the financial information that's in the packet, which is basically a 2024 budget and audited financials for 2023, it looks like the budget amount for the security in the office was 19,500. Is that accurate?
Without papers, I would imagine it is. The paperwork, I think, is accurate. So if you're quoting the paperwork, it probably is.
Do you know what the current budget is for those functions?
Not offhand. We've approved the budget, so we went through it all at that time. And when we make the budget, it's the bookkeeper that helps make the budget because she goes by what we've spent the year before.
Have you raised assessments for your homeowners?
Yes, we don't raise them every year, but we do raise them when we need to, and we did need to raise them, and we raised them $15. Where our dues right now are $75.
And do you know approximately what your delinquencies are for those dues?
For how many people are in collections?
Correct.
We have one in collections with HOA still, Mike Randolph's, because when they hired someone after Mike passed, the person they hired didn't have a license. So our money was stuck in collections for a while. And one is still stuck there, but we got the rest out. And I think there's 4 in the others, but that's only the ones that are actually in collections because there's some that aren't at 180 and there's a few that have to be given pre-collection letters now that are over 180.
Do you know if your governing documents allow for mileage reimbursements for board members?
We were told they did. So we were told that the gas is a purchase. You're purchasing gas.
Do we have those governing documents in the record?
We did not produce them. I don't know.
Yeah, Bill Sticker Director, I do not.
I think there is a
And that
reference.
has been that has been it since before I came on the board. That's the way it always is.
There is a reference, Commissioner, and I think in Exhibit G. Phil, can I borrow your copy? The letter. This is from Investigator Rodriguez's letter, Exhibit G, on the last page, the middle under allegation 4. It says, the governing documents do authorize the reimbursement of expenses to the board of directors, but those expenses are for items or services bought for the association by the board members. Yes, I thought I said something about that.
You can't expect board members to spend their own money for gas. You just can't. They don't have it.
With respect to the car accident and your discussions with the board, was that approved at a board meeting?
No, and it should have been. It should have been. At that point, I didn't know. It should have been. I discussed it with my board and got approved from the board, but I did not do it at an open board meeting, and it should have.
Does anyone besides yourself and one other person approve the checks? Are there 3 check signers or only 2?
There was only one when I took office. I made it be 2. We paid extra for the checks to be rewritten and everything so that there would be 2 signatures, but I just let you know, the bank doesn't necessarily care that there's 2 signatures. That was a problem too. But yes, just 2. And now I made it so there's a 3rd, because that was one of the issues, that I was the only signature, so I had to come back for signatures. Every time I run into something, I try to fix it. And so now I've got another signature.
Are there 2 individuals besides yourself that can sign checks?
Now there is.
And how is this being run in the office now? You have someone currently there or someone volunteering?
No, we have someone paying receptionist, and now she's answering phones and making out the receipts, which she didn't want to do before.
And what is the payment that you're doing for them? What is their hourly rate?
They get $15 an hour.
All right, thank you, Chair. I think that's all that I had for the moment.
Commissioner Starman, Ms. Ortega, at the time that you started as the president and then you were running the association, were you asked by the board of directors, whoever they were, how many there were in place to do these responsibilities, or did you take it upon yourself to do all of this stuff?
No, I asked what I should do because she quit, and they knew that nobody else knew how to keep the place running. And I said I could do it, but I couldn't do it without.
Asked you to assume the responsibilities.
Yeah.
The board came to you and
No, not as a board. I'm trying to think of who I talked to. I talked to Cameron. I talked to, well, the person I talked to at that time isn't even on the board anymore.
At any time, were you the only signature on your own checks?
No.
I have a question. I was going to ask something else, but Commissioner Lightheart touched on it. Please tell me about this medical trip that you were reimbursed for. Were you in an accident while you were committing duties for the association on the property? Or how do you?
No, I was making a bank deposit.
And you had an accident?
Yeah. Somebody ran into me. I didn't.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. And just 2 more points. Do you currently have an SOP in place?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you currently have an SOP in place?
Do I have a what?
A standard operating procedure?
Yes.
So that if something happens to you, somebody can pick up this book and run this association.
We didn't have it before,
I
but we
asked you,
do
do you
now.
currently have it?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have a succession plan in place so that people can know what each position is supposed to do?
Yes.
Off the beaten path, do you kind of consider yourself the savior of Winterwood Village? Because that's the way it came across. Nobody else can do it.
Well,
so I did.
Honestly, that's not what I consider myself, but that's kind of what I've been. I just consider myself trying to help. But sometimes, yeah, it feels like everything's left to me. And if you don't do anything, you don't get in trouble. But if you do something and it's wrong, So the person doing something is going to be more likely to get in trouble than the people that aren't.
Did you ever consider stepping down as president or stepping down from the association and working full-time for the association?
No, because I don't want another job. I'm a writer. I don't want another job.
But you were doing it anyway.
Yes,
Does that
I
make
was
sense?
stuck and I didn't want to do it.
But does that make sense?
No, you're absolutely right. It doesn't make any sense at all why I let myself go that long without, I don't know, without complaining and making a big fuss to my board, because they all knew I didn't want to be in there. I don't want to get my board in trouble. They're good people. They just don't have time.
And one last question. You said you didn't have a car. Whose car were you driving when you were in an accident?
No, it was my car. I didn't have one for a month after it because it got beat up.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Was there anything further? Commissioner Longstorman?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hadarian, I do have a couple questions. So today, there are two respondents here, the association and Ms. Ortega. Why are we not hearing from the other board members? Were they asked to come here? Because yes, there were some things that you did that you probably shouldn't have done. But there's been a lot going on in this community for a very long time, and there is a board of 5 individuals. And it kind of seems like you're here all by yourself. And so, I mean, what is the response from the association?
There hasn't been one.
They haven't even
So
asked
you're
me how
here
the hearing
representing Ms. Ortega only, not on behalf of the association.
Well, I mean, technically I'm representing both, but there's inherently conflicts between those two things regardless. We couldn't get anybody else to come.
I could have subpoenaed them and they would probably come if they could have, but they have jobs and.
No, and I understand, but the point I'm making is that they are also on the hook for all of this, not just like, and we haven't heard from the association today. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. And I want to just really for a minute touch on, it seems like you guys have been operating for a very long time and have been very lucky in how you've been operating as self-managed for 55 years plus, right? And when associations are kind of in their bubble, they don't know about other options or how things are working out in the industry, because you are a part of a larger industry of over 3,000 associations in the state, right? So there seems to be a lot of concentration on duties of the board and clerical duties. So when you're self-managed, it's all your duty, all of it. The clerical things you don't want to do, the posting of the checks, and you delegate those duties to the people that you hire. But ultimately, self-managed boards, it's all your responsibility. So let me finish, please. So I understand in a scenario where you're professionally managed, all of those things that you described of higher level things and getting projects done, that's what boards do.
Yeah,
the day-to-day ownership transfers and posting checks and all, that's handled by the professionals, right? So that the boards can focus on those things. The boards, if they choose to volunteer to run errands, it's a volunteer mission, not have to do it because. So I just want to point out that I think there's a misunderstanding there of, unfortunately, it's all of the board's responsibility, not Leslie Ortega, the board. And so I will say I appreciate what you have done for this community with very little guidance other than what individual people have gone out and sought on their own. It's a miracle you guys have made it this far. But I think I understand, but I just want to clarify. So originally, when you were notified in 2019 that you could not be paid for providing services, not clerical stuff, providing services, which you were, but then you chose, for whatever reason, to continue to do that, knowingly that you were in violation of the law. I mean, I think I heard you say that, so I just want to make sure that I understand, because you said that you felt you had no other option.
Okay, I'm a bit confused.
So in 2019, there was a letter of instruction,
Right.
the LOI, everyone talks about,
Okay,
that said that board members cannot be paid to provide services. Not be paid as a board member to provide services to the association, right?
Right.
And that even, I think there was a letter from council at the time, Mr. Isaacson, saying that it's also acknowledged that this has been happening. But I believe it was your testimony that even after that, it continued.
I stopped getting paid as soon as I got the letter from the real estate division.
Okay, but this is from 2019.
Oh, the first one? Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
I want to explain one thing. A lot of things didn't get filed right. I just learned about this when they put it, and he told me, and I went and looked, and I didn't have it. So yes, I saw it at the thing, but also there were things in here that wasn't true, that never did. There could not have been an investigation because they said someone wasn't a homeowner that was on the board, and he was a homeowner. That's something easy to check.
Okay,
They
I'm
said
just,
Judy was a,
Ms. Ortega, I'm just referring to where there was a letter of instruction from the real estate division.
yeah, I saw it when I first got it, but I never saw it after that.
And that's okay.
I'm
I'm just
sorry.
asking that from there, correct me if I'm wrong, your testimony was that you decided it was best to proceed with being paid to provide the secretarial services so that the association can continue.
That wasn't
regardless.
That wasn't in 2019. That just started in 21.
Okay, but that's after 2019.
Right,
So.
right. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't see this after that, so I didn't realize I was doing, that would have told me. That would have told me I was doing something wrong.
I don't have any further questions.
This is a follow-up. You said you got the letter in 2019, but did you read the letter when you got it in 2019?
When I first got it, of course, I
So
read
then
it.
you forgot about it.
Then things happen and it's been 7 years and yes, I forgot about it.
No, but in 2019, when you got it and you said,
I read it, yes.
I've got all these violations. What am I going to do about them? Did you do anything about them?
Well, as you can see, it was closed without anything because because several of these weren't accurate. The two that were accurate, there were two that were accurate, and that's what I stipulated to.
You're talking
And
about
that's why I asked for a reconsideration.
2 allegations of the 6 or 7 listed in the letter.
Yeah, out of the 6 or 7, only 2 were true, and I asked for reconsideration, but that was denied. My lawyer's comment said, I'm a lawyer and I disagree with their decision. And I had the letter and I put it in the file and I would have referred to it, but things came up and then I never saw the letter again and I didn't realize it was missing.
No further question.
Commissioner Gilliam, just two quick things. In that letter of instruction from 2019, not only does it talk about the services, but it says that Ortega and Tynes were reimbursed for mileage while running errands for the association. You were aware of that in 2019.
Yes.
And that was in error and you should not be doing that.
I didn't realize that it was an error because we were given permission to get reimbursed. And this was a payment for the gas that we had used and we kept the mileage as a quote to the law, IRS law.
Even though allegation 4 stated that you should not be doing that.
I did not realize that.
Okay. And then
At the time, I'm sorry.
Quick math, in 1 month alone, it appears the association spent upwards of $2,800 on the administrative staff that you identified in when we spoke earlier. And that was yourself, Judy, and Julie.
Julie was a bookkeeper.
Okay. Administrative staff, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know if a bookkeeper was considered administrative.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, I don't have anything further either, so I think we can conclude that portion of the hearing. All right. Where are we on this list here? Okay, yes, Mr. Sue's closing statement, and I'm gonna ask that each party please keep it to the points.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I think it's pretty clear the violation, the division believes that violations have been proven by the preponderance of the evidence, substantial evidence. I don't need to go over the details, but I think it bears noting that there are two violations. We had not heard from the association on this, and we do have different recommendations as to that, missing board members. As to Ms. Ortega, it's a tragic case. She felt trapped and probably could have sought other options. Well, our disciplinary recommendations will also recommend those other options. I think that would benefit everybody here, including those who may be resistant to those options. I will note a couple things. There's no need for intent to violate 116.31187. If it occurs, it occurs. So intent isn't an issue. Beyond that, there's no distinction between board duties and staff duties. So that's not the case. At the end of the day, we're talking about legislature determined that board members cannot receive compensation because it's a slippery slope. And I think this case demonstrates that. Where do you cut the line? Are you going to be compensating a board member for mileage for treatment from an accident that may have occurred when they were doing clerical duties? It's a slippery slope. And that's why we have that law in place. And that's why it's very, self-management is tricky. And we just think that as a division, when it's possible to happen, then great. And the wheels fall off, then that's when it's probably better to seek professional management. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so I'll just keep my closing statement brief. Again, at the end of the day, this is a self-managed HOA, unusually large self-managed HOA that's been doing this for a long time. They were able to do that maybe under the radar to some extent for a while. The pandemic, like a lot of things, kind of brought that to the surface, right? But again, the testimony has shown beyond a preponderance of the evidence. Ms. Ortega has been here for a long time. She's dedicated a substantial portion of her life to this community. So is her family. This is a community that is struggling to survive, to say the least. They've been doing this for a long time. They've been self-managed for a long time for most of, if not all of their existence, almost. She has taken upon herself, because of her character, because of her inherent responsible nature, I think, which is obviously evident based on her testimony, to keep this community afloat. When times have been bad, when mistakes have been made, she's owned that. She's taken on herself. But she's a fighter. She's a trooper. She just picks herself up and keeps on going. I think the sentiment was expressed several times, especially now this community is severe apathy. They have not had anybody run for the board, and based on what I've been told for the last 7 years, other than the current directors. Ms. Ortega has been on there for a long time. They're trying to do the best they can under the circumstances. She's admitted there were some mistakes made. There's no evidence of self-dealing. There's no evidence of director duty compensation based on an innocent interpretation. There's no evidence of intent to violate these statutes. There's a lot of evidence that Ms. Ortega has done everything she can to keep this community afloat. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now this hearing is closed for commission deliberation. And just as a reminder, neither party can offer additional information while we are deliberating.
Yes, that was somebody else.
Oh, you want to say?
Commissioner Gilliam. It's tough, right? Well, really well-meaning. Obviously there's clear violations of the law here. And I think that, this association would, while they did, benefit from Miss Ortega's, commitment to the community, I think that they, could really use some professional management. So that would definitely be my recommendation. Do that they do. I didn't see a budget. I wasn't able to, in all of the things we had, I didn't see a budget, so I don't know what they've budgeted for, their administrative staff, but like I pointed out, it just in 1 month, there was $2,800 in, dollars paid to the administrative staff that Ms. Ortega identified, which is about $13 a door. So likely something that could be afforded, of a management company. So those are just my immediate thoughts.
Commissioner Jarman, it's obvious that Ms. Ortega, clearly ignored the 2019 letter with all the violations that were listed. That's obvious. Now, do I believe that she willfully and intentionally did something wrong? I don't. I think that Ms. Ortega at the time, and even currently, considers herself a fix-it person. And if it's broke, I need to fix it and I'm address it right now. Nobody else is stepping up to the plate. That's good and bad, particularly when the state of Nevada is coming and said, you need to stop doing some of these things and correct it. You ignored it, and I have a problem with that. But do I think that she did something with bad intentions? No, I don't. But I think that there needs to be something done to correct it. And I would have really liked to have talked to some of the other board members. I'm appalled that nobody else is here. And I don't know whether we can compel them to come or not. But we really do need to hear another side from this. So my recommendation would be that we extend this until September and directly go after the other board members and compel them to come. Can we do that?
Commissioner Haydarian, I think no response is a response.
No such.
Yeah, that's my opinion. Commissioner Lightheart.
I would agree. I think with the points that have been made, I think that from the straight, and without Commissioner Sweeten here, but the straight reading of the NRS and the NACs that have been referenced in the state's complaint is a violation. Is it something that Ms. Ortega was directly trying to do for personal gain, to game the system, to otherwise profit or somehow come out ahead? I don't believe that. I believe that she was trying to make the best of keeping things going in her community, and that sometimes it's tough to do those in these communities. However, where we are now and going forward, I would agree that at a minimum, they should go and seek an RFP for a community manager just to see what those costs would be in comparison to what they currently have, as well as coming back for status to provide some of these other information, like what happened when you went out to do this? What is your budget for this? What is your current financials? Where are the other board members? And if they were to come at that point. However, for the purposes of determining today whether there has been a violation of the law, I would have to, based on, reviewing the evidence, that yes, there was a strict violation of the law. If it was not, even if it was meant with the best of intentions to somehow manage to keep everything going. And I would have to agree that the association has been fortunate that they have been able to hold everything together this long to that extent. And to some degree, that is because of Ms. Ortega performing these duties to the extent that she overextended herself or perhaps should not have been doing this or getting some other folks involved to the extent that that's possible. And it's easy for those board members to come to rely on that because she just did it.
Hey, Commissioner Sherman, I would suggest that it become an order that they get an outside cam because this is not working. And as hard as they have tried, it is not working. I mean, it's kept them afloat, but they're gonna have to keep, they're gonna keep coming back because the violation is gonna keep being made because they keep putting a finger in the hole, hoping it'll stop the leak, and it's not. They need some professional guidance.
I don't know if that's something
I'm not sure
that we can order, is that make recommendation. Can we get to that part when we get talking about discipline? And, okay, I do have a couple of comments. Unfortunately, there's violations of the law here, especially, and I didn't ask for clarification, but from what my takeaway is, told to stop, decide to continue because it's better to violate this over here than violate this over here. The association has gotten by. I mean, there's 1,000 other things I won't even bring up. It's not appropriate for me to bring up today that are like red flags here, and it's not by any fault, right? I mean, you're doing the best you can, but this is why complex associations of this magnitude with a pool and basketball courts and playgrounds. I don't know if you know about lawsuits regarding injuries due to playgrounds, but I believe the association needs professional guidance here because it's a different world than 55 years ago. Very litigious, checks and balances. There's the laws governing associations. It's beyond the scope of volunteers. It just really is. So I think it's a disservice to not seek the guidance of professionals. I think it would make the board's jobs a lot easier and maybe they could focus on the higher level things. I agree. I mean, you cannot refute. The law was broken here. Board members cannot provide paid services to the association, period, cannot be reimbursed for mileage. It's not appropriate in the governing document. So there was also a governing document violation here. And I don't feel that Ms. Ortega should be left holding the bag because unless she was acting on her own, there were 4 other board members at least that allowed this to happen. Or at any time they had an opportunity to say, you know, I don't think this is right, or maybe we should seek alternatives. But it sounds like
that wasn't said.
I don't know, but I mean, they're been called here today and
Right.
there's no response. So I think that unfortunately, she was the one being paid, but it could have been any one of them in her place, right? She was just the one with the compensation. So, but I do believe there is responsibility of the entire board for how they've been conducting business and allowing it to continue because there was a second signature on those checks, not just Ms. Ortega's signature. So I will rest on that. Let's see. So if we're going to close the discussion, we need to make a motion about factual allegations of law. And there are, I'm sorry, factual allegations. There are 15. And unless there is anything that stands out bright line for any of the other commissioners, I would move that in this matter and council, is there one finding of violations of law for both respondents or is this separate?
I mean, you could vote to find them both, say, it doesn't really
Oh,
matter whether you break it up in one motion or multiple motions. I would like it articulated what exactly you're finding. And when you get to discipline authorized, I have some answers to this.
Thank you. And Chair, with respect to the statement of, where are we, the factual allegations on number 9, I believe that there were in the respondents' response that the there was a discussion with respect to the 16% funded, and that was acknowledged by the division that that had been corrected, and that there's also a notation that there was I think a total of 5 checks that had only one signature, 2 and a 3. And perhaps, that even though that does not comply, I think that might amend to a certain degree that number 9 to allow for that. I guess it's in the body and be to reflect that those responses as well. And that's in number 10. I'm not quite sure how you would relate number 9 and number 10 then. So,
Well, I think we're just trying to state, was this proven that these things happened? And 9, A, B, and C, I mean, these allegations, I mean, they're allegations that they weren't, not all checks were dual signed from the reserves, or operating at times, and that, I mean, accepting compensation for providing services. So, and then 10, I mean, it's still, this is what happened. So
Correct.
I don't know, we're trying to determine that's a separate violation of law in and of itself, or if it's just.
I just wanted to, if there was a concern with,
I guess I'll note, and I don't know if we want any input otherwise, to what extent, since Mr. Sue's likely who's going to draft this order once you guys make it. But there are only 2 violations of law alleged, and neither of them have to do with the check signing. So if you were to want to leave those facts out, I mean, it might be more helpful to just have all that in as part of the record, but also the check signing isn't necessarily, the violations alleged just have to do with, unless you're talking about it going towards your decisions because they're the checks to Ms. Ortega. But the violations of law alleged are just against respondent Ortega for receiving funds from the association for providing services, and from against the association for paying a board member.
Are you okay with it, with that?
yes. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Commissioner Gilliam, factual allegation number 1, I think we identified that it's 213 units and not 214.
Okay.
And not all factual allegations have to be taken as a whole block. So if you want to say, going through 1, you've got an edit. 2, are you comfortable to say proven? 3, kind of go on.
Well, I think it's just.
You
one,
can also
right?
make a mistake.
I think it's just the one that needs the edit, and then everything else was.
Okay.
Okay. I think.
Does paragraph 14 need to be amended for the updated figures that were provided by Mr. Sue and Mr. Messer?
Says,
Do we
Commissioner Darren, it says approximately, and so I think what's in the complaint is actually less than the numbers that were discussed during the hearing. I wrote them down a couple of times. I think they were trying to testify based on memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it was 4,140, 12,065, 10,950, 10,250. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Leghart. Can we just confirm which numbers in paragraph 14 of the complaint, are those the figures or are the figures that were discussed?
Also for the record, I would defer to the investigator's review because it would have been more detailed than this. As opposed to the approximate number that I put here.
So I think this material, I mean,
If we're likely, and I guess to go to defense counsel here, do you have an objection? You say approximately, so we understand that these are not exact numbers that are in paragraph 14 here. I guess to what level is your dispute to these numbers? Do we want to get into that? Or if the order ends up saying they found approximately these numbers?
Yeah, Attorney Troy Dickerson for the record. When Investigator Mesh was testifying, my recollection at the time, just kind of comparing his testimony with the numbers you're actually in the complaint, was that it was fairly nominal. So we don't have an objection in that regard.
Okay.
I mean, I think
Then
we're
we
talking
can
about
continue, I
approximate
think,
figures
with the
anyway.
numbers, yeah, and including the word approximately.
Okay.
Well, which is in the word approximately is in it. So we understand that these are not exact numbers.
Any other comments regarding the factual allegations? No. Someone want to make a motion?
We can give it a try. Okay, let's see. Let's see, in the matter of NRED versus Winterwood Village Unit 1 Homeowners Association and Leslie Ortega, case number 2025-86. Motion that with the exception of number 1, all allegations have been
Number 1, has it been proven with an edit to the number?
correct. Number 1 is proven with an edit to the number at 213 units instead of the 214 as written.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, so
You go to the
violations of law.
take them separate or together. They are against different respondents. I would request that if for violation of law and the complaint, the alleged number 1, I would ask that if you are going to find that there is a violation, that you also make a finding with respect to whether it was committed knowingly and willfully for purposes of NRS 116.785 subsection 5. If you find that it is knowingly and willfully committed, then the respondent could be held personally liable for them. If it's not knowing and willful, she cannot be held personally liable. The association is liable.
So you're talking, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hager, for number 2, that with respect to Ms. Ortega, not number 1, respondent association.
Correct, sorry.
Okay,
I hadn't flipped as to which one was which.
it's okay.
But yes, for a violation against the individual, 116.785 subsection 5 specifies that unless the respondent knowingly and willfully committed the violation, if they are a member of the executive board, the association is liable and they can't be held personally. And as to the other note, though, that's a discipline issue. I would say that per 116.755 subsection 3, you cannot order that they get a management company. That can be a recommendation, but I think you're limited to directing them to correct any violation, finding of fines as are issued in here. But the provision I just cited to, that's 755 subsection 3. Let's see, where is it? Oh, in carrying out those provisions, the commission shall not intervene in the internal activities of an association. So I would say.
I may be heard. I know this will come up later, in disciplinary recommendations. So should I go ahead and state my comment?
That's subject, I'm assuming you may get a recommendation if we get to that point. Maybe get to, I know that was a question earlier, so I wanted to answer that question.
And that would go to even obtaining, say, requesting they obtain an RFP.
I would say, I think that would apply the same. You guys could make recommendations to that effect, but I don't think you can order it. Unless Phil. 790.
I have a question.
Order audits.
What is the point?
Oh,
If we can't compel them to get a cam, which is sorely needed, then they have the option of ignoring it. The recommendation.
although he's actually found another one. I don't know. That one would say that you can require an executive board to hire a CAM.
That's what
Which is odd because it's fairly just says you can't interfere with the internal. But no, Phil has valid points. So maybe you can require them to hire a CAM who holds a certificate.
And I definitely would want them to do that
That is 790 subsection 1B.
for their budget.
So Commissioner Hadarian, can we just I'd like to deal with these separately and let's talk about number one, the respondent association. And that violation of law, to allow Ms. Ortega to be compensated by the association. Unless there's any significant discussion, I would move that violation has been proven. Violation 1.
Absolutely.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. So the second violation of law regarding Ms. Ortega. Thank you, Commission and Council, for bringing up the point about personal liability and willfully committing the violation. This is going to be a tough one because, yeah, I mean, kind of what we heard is.
Commissioner Drummond, what we heard is that she did willfully violate because she got the letter, she acknowledged she got the letter, she acknowledged that she ignored the letter with the violations in the letter and continued to do what she was doing. So that's willful and knowingly. I mean, that's cut and dry. Much as I would like to be empathetic, it's cut and dry. She had good intentions, but she violated the law. The my voice is
Commissioner William, I agree. Well, it's not, I mean.
Yeah, it is very difficult because, you know, to the extent of, you know, willfully violating the law. If I were to say, you know, in listening with Ms. Ortega, I don't think that she believed she was willfully violating the law. I believe that she believed that she had no option in performing, you know, and able to hold everything together in doing that. Unfortunately, that's sort of a very fine distinction that I'm not sure how we, if that's something that we can get to in our discussions. You know, did she do it? Did she know she was doing it? Did she know that she should not have been doing it? And I believe there is a certain amount when Ms. Ortega has said she considered that she was either violating, as you had spoken previously, Chair, either comply in one area or comply in a different area, but necessary to keep everything going. And unfortunately, that has resulted in the Hobson's choice of which one do you pick? You know, what,
So Rosalie Bordelot, for the record, if it helps at all in this, while I would like you to make a finding as to whether it was knowing and willful when it comes to the discipline section, for purposes at least of this section, it has to do with fines and fees imposed upon the respondent, her individually, whether or not she can be held liable for those. So you get to choose who you're imposing the fines and fees on in the discipline section. So just because even if you were to find it knowing doesn't mean you have to order personal fines.
okay.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank
That
you.
helps.
That's very
You can
helpful.
order the fines onto the association.
Okay.
Commissioner Jarman, I just want to say something. With all due respect to Commissioner Lightheart, it is not our position to determine what a defendant was thinking. Our position is to look at the evidence presented, and she said she got the letter and she discarded it for all intents and purposes. So I'm not here trying to decipher what her intention was. I'm deciphering what she said she did and what she didn't do. Although I believe, in my opinion, that it was in good, there were good intentions, she still violated the law.
Is there a motion?
I can go for it. Okay, in the matter of NRED versus Winterwood Village Unit Number 1 Homeowners Association and Leslie Ortega case number 2025-86, I make a motion with regard to number 2 in the violations of law that respondent Ortega violated NRS 116 pursuant to NRS 116.31187 subsection 1 knowingly and willfully by accepting compensation payments made through association funds for providing financing goods and services to the association.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, now we will look to the division for its recommended discipline.
Thank you very much. Bill Super Records. So, number one, the division is, recommending that the, commission, order restitution to the association to be paid by Ms. Ortega personally in the amount of $38,919. We suggest that the commission consider, adopting a payment plan or, hearing from Ortega's counsel to determine whether, in order to determine whether this plan is viable or in order to try to facilitate a viable payment plan. Number two, that division's costs and fees are reimbursed. Commission Coordinator Maria Gallo is available for testimony to that. Number three, we are not recommending any kind of administrative fine on this case. Number four, we are recommending that the commission require the board to seek at least 3 requests for proposals to retain a community association manager and then to actually retain one within a time frame to be determined by the commission pursuant to NRS 116.790. For 5, we are requesting that the commission ordered or removal of Leslie Ortega from the board effective the date of the order. Number 6, we are requesting that the respondent Ortega be barred from serving for a period of 10 years on any other board. After that period has elapsed, if she wishes to seek election or appointment to a board, then she needs to come to this commission for prior approval at its next regularly scheduled meeting. And number 7, we are requesting that, or we are recommending that all current board members should complete at least 6 hours of board member education, including 1.5 hours on fiduciary duties. Proof of the completion of that education to be provided to the division within 6 months of the effective date.
Any recommendation on,
That's the fine,
any, okay, so it's no administrative penalties against Ms. Ortega or the association?
well, we are ordering the restitution portion. Is that personally against the association?
Yes, but as far as to the association,
So we are requesting recovery of the division's costs and fees, and we defer to you all as far as how that would be distributed. And then no administrator. That's our recommendation.
when Ms. Gallo, you're still under oath.
Yes, Maria Geller for the record, in the case, Winterwood Village Unit Number 1 Homeowners Association and Leslie Ortega, case number 2025-86. The division's fees and costs are in the amount of $5,438.70. And those fees are reasonable, necessary, and actual.
Okay, thank you very much. Just give us 1 minute here. Okay, discussion. Regarding the restitution, my recommendation is if we move in that direction, that as the dollars were paid over a period of, let's call it 5 years, that we allow a similar time frame for repayment, right? That would be my,
8,500 a year.
or month by month, right? That we not require it in, if we choose to go that route. Not, we're not expecting lump sum, but because it was over extended period of time, that we allow the repayment to be over reasonable.
So question, is that restitution going back to the association or coming to the state?
Back to the
Association.
Yeah.
I have a question on the restitution. I'm sorry. Is there a breakdown of what was mile reimbursement, or the mileage reimbursements versus the hours worked?
Unfortunately, I don't believe that there would have been. I don't know at this point if we could even recall the investigator to testify to that, but he was the one who did those calculations.
Okay. I was just thinking along the lines of, service, those were services that the association did benefit from, that potentially the mileage reimbursement could be another, consideration for restitution. Just my thoughts.
I don't see why you couldn't recall the investigator to ask those questions. Something you want.
I don't know
what
what
the
the rest of them
would be investigator.
Commissioner Hadarian, I mean, seeing the documents, we could come up with something fair.
Yeah.
I don't know that we need the exact
Number.
It was over extended period of time.
I'm sorry, I was adding.
That's okay. Did you? Commissioner Lightheart.
I'm frankly struggling a little bit on the restitution simply because the funds that were paid to Ms. Ortega would have otherwise been paid to the office staff. So to the extent that those were expenses those would have been expenses of the association. I'm struggling with clawing those back, since those would have been valid expenses had they been paid to an independent person. So frankly, I'm struggling a little bit with that. I mean, the division's costs and fees, I believe, should be assessed to the association. And I did appreciate Commissioner Gilliam's um, question with respect to separating between the amount that was for the mileage and the amount that was for the actual work performed. There's I just struggle with that.
Commissioner Hadarian, I agree with some of those points, Commissioner Lightheart. And I don't know why we cannot consider, maybe can consider, instead of the restitution, and I know it's not the division's recommendation, but the $1,000 fine for both parties, right? There was a violation of law. And for the parties to split the fees and costs. Because in my mind, equally responsible for the amount of time this has been going on. And it's not a normal instance, right? It's either we're usually hearing an individual or we're hearing a board. And I agree that those, I mean, it was a violation of a law, but those funds would have been used for
Somebody.
for office staff. So it's not like they were stolen or anything like that. They were documented and, for a purpose, even though improper.
I like where you're going with the splitting of the costs and fees, because then that would, potentially make up a portion or maybe even all of what was the mileage reimbursement that truly was, paid to Miss Ortega that would have not been paid otherwise.
Mr. John, what keeps echoing in my head, I don't want to work for free. That Ms. Ortega said. And in essence, we're saying that all of that work that she put in would have been for free, even though she shouldn't have done it, it would have been for free. I don't think that she should get off the hook. I think that your recommendation, Commissioner Hadarian, is a good one, that we should split it. I hope that Ms. Ortega has learned her lesson. I think it's a good recommendation that she be removed from the board. Go right, live the rest of your life and leave that association alone. Just think that 38,000, even though she may have received whatever she did, it wasn't a huge set of money. It wasn't, I don't think she was stealing the money. I think she was doing it in good intention, and she did it for services provided, even though it should not have been provided the way it was provided. So I think that a fine to be split is appropriate. I'm losing my voice. It's time to go home.
Yeah. And I mean, the reality of it is they documented it excellently, which is not what you would do if you were trying to hide something or, misappropriate funds. And the amount that was paid was $15 an hour. So this is clearly not paying $100 an hour for someone on the board to be sitting there answering a phone. It was funds that should have been paid in a to that receptionist, but I don't think the association would have otherwise paid that majority of that out. So I think that the fines and splitting that and leaving the restitution aside is probably a better solution.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hadarian, for the record. What does the commission feel about immediate removal of Ms. Ortega from the board and then disallowing her to serve on any board for 10 years?
I was just thinking about the Commissioner Drummond. I think not only should she be removed from the board, but she should never be to participate in that board ever again. Not as a consultant. She's a homeowner and that's all. She can attend the meetings, but she should stay out of it altogether, because it appears that she has a propensity to want to take over. And I would like to see her removed in totality.
I support the removal. Um, I don't know, can we do in totality?
I'm sorry.
Can we say in totality?
Or is it?
Or
No,
do we have to,
suggested.
it does it have to be
10
time
years.
specific? Is 10 years the maximum, I think?
I'm trying to find one.
Yeah.
I do know.
Nothing under 116, but I understand
I
under.
thought it was 10.
253B, 10 is generally, it's
Yeah.
1 year to 10 years.
When it comes to licensing and revocations, it's 1 to 10 years.
But
And so
nothing
I'd be-
quite on point. This-
Yeah, it's not quite on point, but I would be more comfortable with the 10
Yeah,
years.
okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Lionheart.
Yes, so to the extent, that I believe that is a good recommendation. The counterpoint concern would be who is going to, in this association, step up to fill a position? Because there is that concern that has been expressed that there was a recent election and there were no new blood came in. And so,
There's a vice president.
yeah, there's 4 board members now that they would have to go out and get at a 5th to be able to fill that position. So that's the only caveat that I would be concerned with, and perhaps say, rather than remove her, to say, should she just be removed as president?
I think she should be removed.
Commissioner Hudarian, I
30 years.
I appreciate that viewpoint, and I will comment that sometimes people don't want to run for the board because they see how much work others are putting in, and they don't want any part of that because they think being a board member means all of these other things that you have to do. So if we compel them to get a management company, and the management company takes a majority of the work away from day-to-day things, it may open up an opportunity for additional volunteers to come forward, knowing that they have the support of a professional company. It might give them more warm and fuzzies. I mean, that's the opposite to that. And I agree with you, that that's gonna be big shoes to fill. But again, there's a lack of participation in general, and it can't be just on one person. So either way, it's business is gonna have to continue. So I also, to your point though, if we do order a management company, this association would benefit from the knowledge of Ms. Ortega to set the community up for success with a management company, but also we don't know any willingness to cooperate either, right? So it's either way, I mean, it's not an ideal situation.
Commissioner John, I know that I'm the extremist. on this board. However, if something were to hypothetically happen to Mrs. Ortega, somebody would have to step up. We can't coddle these people. And I think that the apathy is because they know she's going to do it. So why bother? You know, oh, Leslie's going to handle it. Well, if Leslie is compelled not to be able to handle it, somebody has got to step up, otherwise it will fail. And the fact that they will have to get a professional company to guide them, then it is a lot easier because all they will have to do are board activities. You ain't got to worry about being a receptionist and doing all this other crap that's been going on for all these years. Ms. Ortega hasn't been on this board for 30 years. That is enough. Whatever, 20, 30 is a lot. A lot. And she comes behind her grandparents and her mother. I mean, come on now. You have paid your dues, you contributed, you've done all you can. It's time to step aside and say, okay, I'll take the wheel.
Just want someone to take that.
Okay, well, you know what? If you're not there, they will.
Commissioner Gilliam,
Yes.
any thoughts on that?
I think I've made all my thoughts known. I agree with what everyone has said, but I do think the removal, I'm going to stick with the removal and the 10-year ban. I do think that's important. The education is 6 hours the max we can recommend. And so be it.
Absolutely.
Whatever the max is, I'll call for that.
And they must present certificates to the real estate commission.
Okay, so before we move into making motions, if we can have some sort of an idea of payment timelines, right, what we would expect. And then also the time, okay, well, I think the division made the recommendation within 6 months. I'm okay with that. If we do order to retain a management company, I had written down to obtain the 3 bids and make a decision within the 90 days. I feel like that's ample time to get started and get a company in place within 90 days. Let's see.
Would you like that reported, the selection to the division?
I think they need to come back.
Or
The
you-
association.
status. So you want
needs-
status?
Yeah, I think that would be prudent so we can make sure that they're following the order. I mean, I think we're on the same page about all the other items. I just want to make sure that when we make our motion, we're making the motion and we've covered everything, including the repayment timelines. Any further discussion? Repayment? Oh, on the repayment, sure. 90 days? What, 6 months? On for both parties? Yeah, if we're gonna split it, right? Okay. Are we ready for a motion and who wants to take it, or I can fumble through it, depends. Is there someone ready?
I'll make a shot.
Okay,
At this.
all right.
In the matter, I would move that in the matter of Winterwood Village, Unit Number 1 Homeowners Association and Leslie Ortega, case number 2025-186, that the commission order that the association be required to hire a community manager seeking a minimum of 3 bids and making the selection within 90 days of the order, that the Ms. Ortega be removed from the board and prohibited from serving on a board for 10 years, and if desiring to do so afterwards, seek prior approval from this commission, at least at the prior to doing so, that the division's costs and fees in the amount of $5,438.78 or 70 cents be assessed and paid over 6 months to be split between the association and Miss Ortega, and that a $1,000 fine be assessed each to the association and to Ms. Ortega to also be paid over 6 months from the date of the order. The association shall report for a status check at the December 2026 commission meeting with respect to the compliance with the order and documentation with respect to that should be provided within 10 business days, which will also include 6 hours of board education for each board member, to include one class in the fiduciary duties category. I think I covered all of my notes.
I will second.
Sorry, excuse me, Teresa's question. So in your motion, you said split. Can we ask either for, what does that?
50%.
Split? Okay, thank you.
50% to be paid equally for the division costs between the association and Ms. Ortega, and that each be individually assessed a $1,000 fine for a total of fines of $2,000 and a total amount of $7,438.70 to be paid within 6 months, over 6 months, in equal payments.
I will second.
I mean, Bill Seuss, for the record, is there a deadline by which they must provide that proof of completion for the?
I think she said 10 days.
Oh, sorry.
10 business days.
10 business days prior to the December meeting.
Sorry, didn't hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, because I had to circle back, sorry.
Yeah. Any further discussion by the commission? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Please deliberate. We have. Except for unless you want to risk the public comment. So. Yes, or I finish comments, so either we can go. Oh, did you? We don't have quorum. Oh, we're gonna do 10 minutes, everyone. Back at, let's call it 3:25.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. So Paris, Carson, and Amy.
Oh, speaker.
Cars-
We are prepared in virtually.
Carson City is ready.
Thank you. Great job, Rob.
Alrighty, we are back on. We are now on agenda item 8. Discussion and decision on date, time, place, and agenda items for upcoming meetings. So currently we're scheduled for second week in September, starting on September 8th.
Yes,
Okay.
September 8th through the 10th, and the commissioners will be in Las Vegas. This is Shrew Space.
Okay, I did just want to ask quickly, if the commission in the future decided to meet more often, just something that maybe we can work with the division to figure out that's possible, but.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
So the next, in September, we would look to do your calendar for
okay,
the upcoming year.
all right, perfect. Thank you very much for that clarification. And that brings us to item 9 on the agenda, which is public comment. Members of the public are encouraged to address the commission regarding any matter. However, no action may be taken on a matter that is not listed on the agenda. Comments may not be made regarding matters that are or may become the subject of a formal complaint before the commission. Comment may not be limited based on viewpoint. Individuals who desire to submit written testimony should submit it to the commission coordinator. If you're participating by phone and wish to provide public comment, press *5 to raise your hand. Hosting staff will recognize you when it is your turn to speak. You may also press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name. If you're attending by video, click on the raise hand emoji to indicate you would like to give public comment, and hosting staff will recognize you, or you can unmute yourself and state your name. And public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. So there's no members of the public here in Las Vegas, so we'll go up to Carson City.
There are no members of the public out here in Carson City.
Okay, thank you. And so let's go to virtual public comment.
All right, if there's anyone attending virtually that would like to give public comment, please click the raise hand emoji at the top of your screen. I am not recognizing anybody who wants to give public comment at this time.
We're adjourned.
Can someone just go to Carson City, please? Show up.